Them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know I said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Greetings and salutations, everybody. How you doing? Inviting you to
Most
friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends.
need to see the light.
Go ahead and call up somebody, anybody, everybody. Why? Because it's time for Reason with Rattigan.
Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect.
Greetings, William. How you doing?
Marcus Garvey, Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire?
Sharon Clark, much love to you. Darrett, much love. Merlene, how are you doing? Bless up some people in the chat. And it's a long time I don't do that, Bless up some people. Maxwell, blessings. I know Merle up in there, Merle to the world. CJ, blessings. Carla, blessings. Anybody hear anything from Paulette? How she doing? Anybody hear anything? One and ready, ever ready around here. Yes. Hey, listen. Um, I should take care of some formalities. Let me take care of some formalities off the bat and get these out of the way. So, those of you who will be in the South Florida area next weekend, so Easter weekend, you're either visiting or you live in South Florida, First Baptist Church of Sunrise Saturday evening is the place to be. Now, yes, it's round about the same time that Reason with Rattigan is going on. So, based on that, I won't be at Reason with Rattigan next week, Saturday, because I'll be engineering this event. Which event? I'm going to show it to you shortly. Another thing that is happening next Friday and Saturday happens up in New York. So, those of you up in the Crown Hill or the Crown Heights area, you might want to pass through if you're into Rory Stonelove and David Rattigan. Yeah, you might want to pass through. So let me give you the details on these two events right about now. And I made some switch ups around here now. So I even tricking myself. Catch this.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson,
Hold my hand today. Let's all
Evangelist Bridget Blurcher, Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida, 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the church office. MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Radio Station and Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
He's alive, he's alive.
Friday, April 3rd and Saturday, April 4th. All roads lead to Crown Hill Theater in Brooklyn. Foundation meets the future with Rory Stonelove and David Rattigan.
Good morning, sound boy. Long time sound love reach out.
Well, this is none of the land. Let everything get
This is Massey's Rory Stonelove. Here to let you know April the 3rd and the 4th. See? That's right. 2 nights only where you can see David Rattigan and Rory Stonelove. See?
Make sure you're there at the Crown Hill Theatre, Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn.
Tickets available at the Crown Hill Theater box office or log on to crownhilltheater.com and get your tickets today. Foundation meets the future. Rory Stonelove, David Rattigan. You cannot miss this event.
Lock them up. Ready, people, lock them up.
Okay, so those are the two events happening next weekend. Big things next weekend. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing some of you. First Baptist Church of Sunrise. And by no stretch of the imagination, I want you to neglect Reason with Rattigan. Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all. Just so that you know, make it clear. And those of you who can be at Crown Hill Theatre, by all means, show up, represent, show your face in the place, enjoy yourself, yeah? Cool. All right, so the provost will be with us shortly. For those of you who tuned in last Sunday to Easy Like Sunday, I know y'all had somebody said I will show it live. Say, Merle, you can watch me performing live, not performing, but being a part of the regular church service live on a Sunday morning. If you tune into the church service on a Sunday morning, you see me. I play drums there. They show me every now and then when they pan over to the band. I'm over there. So go to First Baptist Church of Sunrise FBCOS TV. I believe it is on YouTube. And they'll be moving from that platform in a bit. But just to let you know, that is where they are right now. So you can look them up. First Baptist Church of Sunrise. Now, of course, as I was saying about Easy Like Sunday, some of you had an awesome experience. Guess what? We did too. And we got some feedback from you guys, and we'll be talking about doing some things of that nature, not just on a Sunday. So you don't have it easier like Sunday. Sometimes the party night and a Saturday night might take on a different flavor. So some things to look forward to, some things to hear, some things more about in the coming weeks, yeah? And looking at the chat room here. Yes. Great goodies, blessings to you. So also, the night shift to DJ Kevin Steele, let me make sure to plug that in there shamelessly. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, kevinsteele.com and affiliates. This week, Community and Finance night, Monday night, is when I'll be live. I alternate live nights each week because of work commitments, looking to go back live each week, each of those 3 nights in coming months, coming days, just as things kind of smooth out. It's a trying time. I do work for the state of Florida, and it's interesting times right now. So the Saturday Stew comes up right after this broadcast here tonight. I have some new music that I pulled out of my inbox. Some producers and artists had sent me some tracks that I have been neglecting my music inbox, and I got some tracks, and I have a couple tracks I need to introduce to you guys. You can let me know if you like them. And then after that, you have Relax with the Rebel, 10 o'clock, and he'll tell you what it is that he'll be teasing you with tonight. And then the doctor comes up at midnight, Dr. Love, with the musical prescription. That is what it's looking like for the rest of the day. Today we have David Crossbone coming back to join us in a short while. He'll be on Crossburn. I'm messing with David's name. Please forgive me, David. Please, please, please. I'm a work in progress. And so we'll have him up in short order. And pretty much that is what we're working with in today's broadcast. I have a few things to address there. Waiting for the provost to join us. Last minute things, he got called away. And so I'm holding it down just for phone blessings to you. Yeah, it's a little bit earlier in Jamaica as of last week, 2 weeks ago. It feels like forever now. But yes, the time has changed. We get started an hour earlier here on the East Coast of the US. All right, so now Jamaica is pretty much on Central Time. So you're at the same time as those people that live in Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, over that side. Indiana, I think Indiana is central too. Yeah. Some of them places there. Anyway, on Team Kangal, blessings to you. Megawatt, much love, brother. All right, so I have David Crossburn. Yes, David, hang tight. We'll be with you shortly. Just, yeah, we'll be with you shortly, okay? Now, those of you, there are some people that watch this broadcast, and I want to give you all some shout outs. A couple of people watch this broadcast that actually attend the church that I go to. And I was quite surprised one day, one of them walked up to me and goes, aren't you the same person on with Rattigan? I'm like, that's me. And so it's good to know that people are out there, people are tuning in, we're reaching some people, they're getting what it is that we're giving. They're realizing that things aren't quite what they seem when looking at Jamaica sometimes. That our politicians are not representing the way as they should. And also that there's a lot that we as Jamaicans need to learn about how we operate in the country, what rights we have inside the country, outside of the country, what some of the organizations that relate to Jamaica, like the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, how they operate, how they are supposed to operate, what kind of connections, who's running the show, things like that. There are a number of people that I've interacted with that said, hey, listen, I really didn't know some of these things. And if it wasn't for you guys coming out and teaching and exposing some of these things, we wouldn't have known and we'd be less informed. And I do believe that is the tactic used for a long time by our politicians, that they don't give all the information all the time. They give you just enough that you can feel like you've gotten something. But then you ask questions and questions don't always get answered. Or they get answered in a roundabout way, or they tell you something that is totally unrelated, like what happens in Parliament. And so we see these things happening over and over again. And as informed individuals, it's best for us to approach our representatives. And yes, they are our representatives. We put them there. They have to answer to us. If they don't answer to us, then we don't vote for them. That's how it goes. And they want us to vote for them. Or they do what they can to steal the election. That's a whole nother story. And we're learning more and more how to deal with that. Provost over there being a perfectionist and trying to position himself right, and nothing can make you look any better, sir. It's a struggle for equipment to do that. We don't have any of those filters. But he's here. David is waiting patiently. You got about 5 minutes before we bring him on. Greetings, Provost. Welcome to your broadcast. How are you doing?
Well, greetings. Thank you very much. I'm doing well. Everyone, I hope you're doing well. It's a fantastic Saturday afternoon in my corner of the Northeast. Beautiful weather. But the show must go on. And I know a lot of people want to go outside. A lot of people probably outside. But the teaching must go on. And it's one thing to have beautiful weather. It's another thing to enjoy it. And if you don't have knowledge, and you have things on your mind, it's difficult to go outside and enjoy it. It'll be a break, but to truly enjoy it, you have to take in some of the lessons, walk away feeling filled with knowledge. And then there's always tomorrow. Go out Sunday and you enjoy the beautiful weather. And by the way, I said Kevin, Kevin, I was looking for a button down, couldn't find one. So I'm end up with this. I'm not sure. So, again, thank you and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio. And just a few housekeeping matters. One is, you know what? Let me just run to Jones thing. I overheard the professor talking to all of you about the importance of keeping people informed. And I must tell you that at times we feel a little bit disappointed because our people, they would much rather entertainment over education.
True.
And it's concerning. Not saying you shouldn't, enjoy the entertainment. Not saying that you shouldn't do that. You should. But you need to pay equal attention to education. That is going to get you someplace. The entertainment, it's fuel for the spirit. You go out and you get your vibe. It's almost like a high. But then the concert is over and you're back to where you were. Sufferation. I've heard stories about people borrowing money to go to events. Mm-hmm. And it's troubling. It's troubling. The way I look at it is like the car is out of gas. And we have provided the fuel. We say, we'll fill up the tank. And the people sitting on the car and just refuse to turn the key. They just refuse to turn the key and they stand still. They're still there. And then they kind of wonder, why are we here? And, oh, yes, the car is not moving. Of course, the car is not moving. The car is not moving, not because there's no fuel in it, simply because you haven't turned the ignition. You haven't turned on the ignition to drive. And that's the way I view it. And until we start realizing that we're drivers and not passengers, because passengers complain, And a lot of times passengers complain about the driver and they don't know what the driver is going through. But if you're a driver, if you're a true driver, once you have gas in your tank, start the engine and move. And that is where we are, my people. We're passengers in our own vehicle. Passengers in our own vehicle. So we're the tide is slowly turning, but we're very patient people around here. And we will continue. Even if it's one person, we will continue. Because you know what? At the end of the day, people will hearken to the message. They will come to the message. There will come a time when you're tired of being passengers because you realize that the car is not going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, no, you want to be driver. So you want to kick out the driver and drive. That day will come. I promise you. It may be long, but it won't take forever. All right. Let us jump into this thing, Professor. All right. Quickly, we can just run through. All right. Rosalia. And you notice how I pronounce it. Rosalia. Not Rosalie. Yes. Because there's another Rosalie that's been making news.
There's a Rosalie. That's a Rosalia.
Right, a Rosalie. Now, this lady, one of my heroines, she has been making news for quite some time. Quite some time. She has been trying to get our people to become drivers and stop being passengers.
Yes.
And we celebrate her all the time. We don't need a month or a day to celebrate her, but we put her up because, they say, society says it's Women's History Month. And in keeping with that, we say, okay, fine, we'll put her up. But just know that this is a lady that we celebrate every single day. Just like our mothers celebrate her every single day. Quickly, she's a trade policy specialist, the founder and CEO of Jamaica's Institute of Law and Economics at the University of Technology. She holds a PhD in economics from maybe she should have been the the minister of finance and public service. Maybe actually, but you know, Jamaica, the political thing is that they won't pick someone who's not aligned to their party. It has to be. That's why we have so many flunkies in those positions, because they're picking from their very thin bench. And meanwhile, we have highly qualified people out there, but because they're not politically aligned, they just won't select them. Yeah, she was a PhD in economics from the New School for Social Research. I know that school, New York, and a law degree from the University of London. She's also the hostess of a radio program called Trade Talk, and she's the author of several articles on trade development and the WTO. And at one point, she was chief advisor to the Prime Minister of Jamaica. I'm not sure which one of the prime ministers. If it's this one, previous ones, I'm not sure, but she's up there. She's up there. She's up there. So, I want to big her up. Rosalia, big up yourself wherever you are, sis. Much love and continued success, and continue to teach our people. We want them to change the mindset from being a passenger. And some of us, we're backseat passengers, so we're not even in the front seat. Some of us in the trunk. Some of us in the trunk. We want to get those people to start thinking like drivers and let them know that gas is in the tank. The engine has been serviced. Just turn the key and drive. Oh, Mega say that you're not thief. Well, that goes without saying, Mega. We don't have to say that because we don't highlight thieves around here. We lower light thieves around them. We don't highlight them. So there we go. Yes, big up yourself, SSB. Rattigan University. Lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. Big up yourself, producer Joan, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. We'll get into a little bit of civics today as well, as we always do. All right, here's what we're going to talk about today. Ignorance, equivocation, and fear. Ignorance, meaning you don't know. Equivocation, meaning them can't make a decision and them confuse you. Them 1 minute they're here, next minute they're there, and you're not quite sure they're going, and that's where them equivocate. They can't take a position. You know, they blow with the wind. And fear, you know what fear is, everyone, right? What we're saying is that those things form the politician's roadmap to prosperity. For whom? Not for you, for themselves. We have so many topics and we figure, you know what? Let's just give an overarching topic where we can then bring everything under that umbrella. So for example, today we have talk about the minimum wage, broken promise, I should say, the Prime Minister's increase, broken promise, Minister Favour Williams and Parliament, idiocy at its best, coming from somebody who's highly trained, which goes to show that just because you have a university degree doesn't mean that where you sit is the right place for you.
True that.
You have the bus, the dollar bus, I say dollar buses, plural, to talk about, and all of that, you know, what's going on with Minister Vaz, the Auditor General, the public, etc. Market me. No 9-day wonders around here. Market me. We have to come back to market me. And you see, one of the things that we do around here, we try. What we try to do is to bring you relevant information that's being discussed by many people. But we try to look at it from a different angle, hoping that in doing so, we will actually teach our people to think critically of things. Not that you're not thinking critically the way other people present, because the way other people present, and I've seen some of the presentations, outstanding. But what we try to do is we try to look at things and say, well, how about this? How about that? In terms of our thought process. And that's why we don't have 9-day wonders around here. Because we're going to show you something today regarding Market Me. And it's a different spin on things. And it's in the vein of no 9-day wonders around here. When you see we go back to a story, we're publicizing to you that we do not believe in 9-day wonders. The drill, for example, we're going to come back to the drill. Don't ever think that we're forgotten about the drill. Yui, don't ever think that our perspectives on the University Hospital of the West Indies have been completed. Don't ever think that. There are many, many things that we're going back to, and we're doing follow-ups. So that's why we came up with this thing, to say that what the politicians want to do, they want to keep you ignorant. They want to equivocate. They want to tell you this and tell you that when it suits them. And they want to instill fear in you. And that's the roadmap. That's the blueprint to prosperity. And it's prosperity for them, because I can assure you, and I'm willing to hazard a bet, that very few Jamaicans have experienced true prosperity over the past 10 years. Very few. Very few. I'm not saying nobody has. I'd be a fool to make such a blanket statement. But I can tell you this, that not very many people. Not very many people. But then when you look at the politicians, what do you see? Big fat bank book, investment overseas and in Jamaica, family trips to Europe, all over the place. And they're living a good life. They never have to worry about what they will eat for dinner. In fact, they have choices. They have choices. That's prosperity. When you have choices in life about your lifestyle, that's prosperity. Many of you don't have that. Many of you, you're going from hand to mouth. And you've been that way for quite some time. Now, I'll tell you this. The JLP doesn't have a monopoly on corruption. The ruling party. If you go back and you look throughout the years, you'll see that corruption has been in Jamaica for quite some time. But when you open the dictionary today and you look up the word prosperity, if you have eyes to see, and I'm talking metaphorically now, you're going to see the Andrew Holness administration there. You don't need to see any words. When you say, open it up and you say, corruption, I need to see the definition. You will see this government there. You will. They have taken corruption to another level. Previously, corruption was hidden, done under the cloud of darkness, surreptitiously. You had to look. I know some people say, well, we didn't have social media then. That's true. But even so, I believe that it was done with a certain amount of respect for the public, that no, we can't make them know, so we are thief. This administration, they make no bones about it. They're stealing right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. And the sad thing is, we allow them to do it. You know why? Going back to the theme, we are passengers in our own vehicle.
True.
Yes, whole new world, the security of our borders. That is absolutely true. That is true. Our borders are porous. Porous, like sieve. Things just fall right through. You're absolutely correct. So that's why we have the syllabus. Ignorance, equivocation, and fear. Those are the things that the politicians are using to get to prosperity for themselves. The question is, where is prosperity for the people? There is prosperity for the people. Words. 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 And then when you hear it, you say, yeah, and you jump up. When you hear, we're going to increase minimum wage from $16,000 to $32,000. Yay! and you don't
Well,
listen. You don't listen to what's being said. And then when the man make it clear to you, the prime minister made it clear that, well, it's over a period of time. Yeah. Didn't say how much time. Then he said, next budget, we're going to make a proposal that it's 18.5. Yeah. Just recently he said 17. And where are the drivers? We're still passengers. We're still passengers. We still accost each other in the car. We accost the driver, and now we accost our own fellow passengers. Meanwhile, they are not responsible for what's going on. Got a bit of etymology. Did you know that pathology and DNA studies from time to time? Did know, but not surprised. Did know, but not surprised. Doreen said them can't find the keys for drive. Okay. All right. So please, people, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Ignorance, equivocation, and fear. Those are the tools that the politicians are using to garner prosperity for themselves. And remember this. Corruption plus fear equals apathy. Corruption plus fear equals apathy. They're so corrupt and they've driven fear into the very soul of the passengers and the driver too. That instead of projecting, you keep it in the car. Instead of saying, our problem is outside, you say, no, our problem is inside, and we'll fight against each other. And we'll backbite each other. And we talk about each other in the most ungodly way. To protect and preserve the province of these politicians. Wake up, my people. Wake up. There you have it. Kevin, where you there? Still, we haven't said that in quite a while. I said, well, Kevin, where you there? I lie. We'll say it every week.
You said it last week.
We say it every week. We'll say it every week. You say Kevin is an invaluable part of the team. Me, I'm just a contributor. But the people who do the real work around here, Kevin, producer Joan, producer OT. As usual, I can't say enough about them because they make my job easy. Anybody could come in and do my job. Not everybody can do what they do because one of the things that they've done, they don't see themselves as passengers. They see themselves as drivers, and they're driving this train. And they have not a car, we have a train. They might drive this. Because a lot of the things you see that I do, and you might give me credit for it, yeah, I'll take a little credit, but the majority of it goes to those three people. And we have another person too. We won't call no name. But though that group, that small, tight-knit group, they're responsible for everything that goes on around here. So big up yourself, Kevin Stew. Big up yourself, producer OT. Big up yourself, producer Joan. Big up yourself. You know who. All right.
Yes.
Today we have Dr. Devon Taylor from JABIM. Interesting topic to discuss. Some things happened this week in Parliament, and JABIM is not happy. Not happy at all. David Crossburn, we had him last week, and we had him the Wednesday prior. He's back to regale us with a variety of stories and also give us some history lessons. Much needed history.
Right now.
He has a book about the sugarcane industry as well. Support it. All right, Professor.
Yes, sir. As we are about to bring David on short order, do remind you all to be active listeners, be open-minded, so that we can use the time effectively. The first two go hand in hand to make the third one happen on this list. Be present. We always want you to do that so that you can be aware of what is happening. Not just hear it, but be aware of it. And comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Don't just comment because you can. You have the access to the chat and you want to put some words in there so that people can see you. No, that's not what we're here for. Celebrate all those contributions. We don't want to be browbeating. We don't want to beat down on anybody and whatever they contribute, even there, especially if they have an opposing view. Find out where they're coming from. And this is how we have acceptance through enlightenment. We don't have to agree, but we accept based on becoming more enlightened, being more aware of where someone is coming from, because their experience is not your experience. And together, now we have real experiences so that we can build each other up and build a better community. And most of all, we want to enjoy the experience. We're not here, again, to make you feel bad about anything. Choices that have been made in the past, we can do something now to fix it in the future. So we are here enjoying this experience, this time, this place right now, because it's a gift. That's why it's called the present. It's a gift. Provost, David is here waiting in the wings.
Let me just quickly run through the thing. Give a moment, David. A dear friend of mine said that the government, they're also saying that if it's not from them, if they didn't say it, then and you hear it from somewhere else, and it's political mischief, even though whatever is being discussed is true. They tell us, and everyone else are liars, as the Minister of Information said. She has been proven to be less than competent. Yes, less than competent. When somebody say competent, it's, to me, it's like minimum.
Yeah, you made a pass mark.
Yeah. So when
the lowest pass mark.
When them say you're competent, you pass. And she's less than that in her role. Because remember, everybody has been blessed with some talent. It's just that we don't develop it. She has, but just because you've been blessed with that talent, it doesn't mean that that talent will translate to any position. It doesn't mean that, and we have a video that we play all the time to say that just because you have a college degree in physics, for example, it doesn't mean that you know about economics, But it goes to show how shallow that bench is that they have in the government. And hopefully one day they'll realize that that's not the best way to develop a country, that you can and you should put people highly competent in their respective positions, regardless of the political affiliation. But I don't think we're a politically mature country yet, because we're still fighting over, the fight has subsided somewhat about being a republic. And yet there are some things that they can change in the standing orders. Remember I showed it to you last week, that if the standing orders, if that document is silent about something that is taking place, a unique procedure, for example, something that just came up in Parliament, what do you have to do? It says you have to go to the UK and Ireland and look to see what they're doing in Parliament and implement that in the Jamaican Parliament. And how can you be independent? It doesn't say develop your own. It says, no, if it's silent, you must come to us. You must come to us and look at what we're doing and follow lockstep. Nonsense. All right. David is here. Let me just do hey, look at this. Nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance. That's die-heartedness. Sincere ignorance is die-heartedness, where the party cannot do anything wrong. And even when you point it out to them and say, look, here it is, wrong is wrong, right is right, and this is wrong. Them say, And conscientious stupidity. You know what this is saying? This is saying when you intentionally do it, not mistakenly or negligently. This is saying when you intentionally say you're a die-hearted and you intentionally say that the party right when the party wrong, that is dangerous. We're going to leave it there and bring on David. We have more slides to show, but time is at a premium. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring on David Crossburn. He was on with us last week, and he was on with us the Wednesday prior. He has a lot to say, but we have little time. David, without further ado, welcome. I should say welcome again.
Yeah.
So, Regis Rattigan.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Blessings.
Thanks to be in your company. Thanks a million to be in your company, and thanks for the encouraging words. Last week, I stopped at the Battle of Carlisle. But before I pick up from there, I just want to say the developments in the week here, General Rattigan and the team. Developments in the week with the resolution sponsored by Ghana at the United Nations. Could you allow me just to say a couple words on that?
Sure.
Yes, as I started out and reminded you that the main reason why I contacted you was the situation in Treadways. And I wanted you to represent the community of Treadways in England for being the area where the penal treadmill operated. Here is it now. The United Nations has given us a huge platform which we must not hesitate to maximize. Reason being, General Rattigan and our team, is that it is not just passed at the resolution in the United Nations. Work hard, Lady Anna Elena Roosevelt, the fourth term president lady in the first lady at the White House, the wife of Fitz Roosevelt, President FDR Roosevelt. She worked hard to get the term reparation and the two words that the United Nations is using. She worked hard to get that on the United Nations, to get that in their vocabulary. And in 1941, immediately she did that. She came to Jamaica, spent 3 nights at Vernon Field at the air base, and then traveled right up the islands of the Caribbean. And she came with the understanding and said to us as a people, humanity for all humans. That was the message and I would like for us to look it up. And not only to look it up, to celebrate her coming to the base in Vernon Field and making that address. Not only to make the address, but to tell us that it is important that humanity for all humans, and to see that the United Nations move from even before that. In 1951, 10 years after she came to Jamaica, one of the countries that voted no benefited from her work and got redress, they got reparation. Yet, in the vote at the United Nations on Wednesday or Thursday it was, that they voted, whatever the day is, the country voted against us getting reparation. Oh, that vote is invalid unless they go back to the United Nations and return the reparation that they got in 1951. Their vote is of no moment. And I won't dwell on that because we have other more important things. But I just want to tell you, General Rattigan, please, sir, let us prepare ourselves and act upon this resolution that Ghana sponsored for us. It is very, very, very important, and that can fix Jamaica for next 2 generations, because the quantification of the amount that we are to receive was already done. A team from the United Nations quantify what Jamaica is to get. Somewhere, the information is there. And as I've said before, I am incapacitated. Notwithstanding, I did my work and my due diligence and was able to prepare you to represent us in England for this moment. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, we're listening. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. And we cannot allow for it to go this moment to pass because no one will write us a check and say this is what we are to get. But what we can do, Sir Rattigan, is that we are to prepare a demand note, a demand note, particularly for the citizens of Treadways, where the Dawkins operated the treadmill. Place a demand note in the context of what has been quantified, and for the people of Treadways, we are demanding that by way of a demand note to the United Nations. And sir, we can talk more on it, but there is no other. In my book, I showed the amount of sugar that was produced by the Spaniards. I showed what was produced by the British, by chattel slaves. I did a inverted pyramid and showed those amounts. So there's no doubt the sugar industry contributed more than any other towards this. And all the details, apart from my book, there's another book of the librarian at the University of the West Indies. Her name is Hazel Bennett. She did a full story showing that Jamaica operated 1,062 sugar mills, and she gave all the full detail. So by those information, the sugar industry, if you take a census right now of the infirmaries in Jamaica, they are overpopulated with persons who served in the sugar industry, and noting a lot of persons, including even myself, no pension is available for them. But I would just say to us, let us pull on this moment and do not allow it to pass by. Sir, please.
Okay.
And towards the Battle of Carlisle that I mentioned the last time in Clarendon, from which the sugar factory, the monument sugar factory, emerged. Importantly, listeners and friends, the Battle of Carlisle came about somewhere up in the 1690s. It came because the King of England sent to Jamaica 40 laws to be passed, and the House of Assembly in Jamaica were in turmoil, saying those laws cannot work here in Jamaica. And there was a lot of bickering on this matter. So because of the bickering and the discontentment in the House of Assembly, the matter filtered out to France. And France arranged a contingent of soldiers under a leadership of Ducasse. And Ducasse came to Jamaica and started the battle. It was a 7-day battle at the Carlisle. A lot of sugar plantations were destroyed because before the sugar operations were already in place, but the battle, out of the 7-day Battle of Carlisle, all those were destroyed, and 700 French soldiers were killed on location there in Clarendon, and 500 Jamaicans lost their life in the Battle of Carlisle. It was led by the militia of Clarendon, was led by Dawkins, who owned, he was the owner of the Dawkins Sugar Factory in Cabanas and out in St. Catherine, where I'm from, out in the Linstead area, which at the time was St. Thomas E. Vale, not part of the parish of St. Catherine, came under the parish of St. Thomas E. Vale. All the records are at the St. Thomas E. Vale vestry. So, arising from the Battle of Carlisle, the Monimous Sugar Factory emerged from the Scottish owners. They sent, as part of the restitution, they built a new factory, and that factory operated right up until 1937, when the Tate and Lyle started its operation and built a new factory at the present location at Monimusk. Are you with me?
Yes, and I'm curious about something, David.
Yes.
You are well knowledgeable of a lot of aspects of our history that I it's the first time I'm hearing some of these. How did you amass this knowledge?
Well, as I've shared with the audience before, it's just a gift from God Almighty. I just love history. And my grandfather, like I mentioned before, who by his name was Norman Alexander Dunn, and he, from a tender age, two things he taught me. He had a plaque in his house, and on the plaque he said, "Lead us, Heavenly Father, over life tempestuous sea. Guard us, guide us, bless and keep us, for we have no other help but thee." And as I said and share with the audience, my mom died when I was 6 months old. I was born November, my mom died in June. And my grandfather take on my upbringing. And all throughout my upbringing, he showed me and was telling me about this treadmill, the penal treadmill that operated in Treadways. And the area was known as Treadways because of the operation of the treadmill. He said, he showed me the location. And I'm happy that I took a professor from the University of the West Indies who is in charge of reparation. I took her to the location and showed her and said, "Please, Mom, I'm asking you, let us bring this to the attention of the world." And they're working on that. But my grandfather, the history of Jamaica is a gift from God Almighty. And as I said repeatedly, I got more understanding of it when I went to Mammoth Cave in Kentucky and had the opportunity of going into that cave. I get a clearer picture of the history of Jamaica. And also when I visited Venezuela in Maracaibo Lake in Venezuela, and of which pictures of those are in the book, in the book as well. And as we are saying, we are in civics, and the term I wanted was to remember last week, and it escaped my mind, was applied civics to Rattigan. That's where we need to take to applied civics to the next level of civics in Jamaica, because we are just at level of civics but it can be uplifted to become applied civics, that we can apply it, touch it, because Jamaicans in the whole love to touch and feel, and they are the Jamaicans, in my understanding and view, things have to be not abstract, but real, they can touch. They don't love abstract things, even though if you check history all through the passage of history, the gentleman that made the dam in on the river in Canada, Toronto, Canada, he was way up in Europe. He just heard about that river in Canada, and he designed the dam from there. So history and the application of history, applied application, is the greatest subject in my view. Yeah, any other? Am I on the correct track?
Yeah, you're here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So then, we back to, remember that I told the listeners I'm visually impaired, 0 in my right eye, maybe 1% in the left. But I'm going along. I love people. I know I appreciate what you're doing, the team is doing. I know that many lonely moments, Mr. Rattigan, to you and your team, but we cannot give up. This United Nations thing from Ghana, that resolution, please, sir, let us act on it. And to show you, is only recently Ghana was here, and what they did, Ghana built 2 buildings up in 2 houses up in Civil in St. Anne recently. Are you aware?
No, I'm not aware of that.
No.
Yeah, man. Yes.
What was the purpose?
In the whole hurricane recovery thing. Yeah. So at the site in Civil, the location in Civil, you know the site?
No, I don't know the site. I've never been to Seville in St. Anne.
It's just outside of St. Anne's Bay. Civil is just outside of St. Anne's Bay. So there is the original start of the Spanish. It was the capital of Jamaica before, Civil in St. Anne. So the Spanish built a sugar factory there in 1528. They made some between the factory in St. Anne and the one on the plains of Ligani, the Ligani plains in St. Andrew. They produced somewhere about 80,000 tons of sugar. I calculated to be that. And in my book where I did the inverted pyramid, I showed the 80,000 tons of sugar. But 80,000 tons of sugar in those is equivalent maybe to about good 500,000 no. But at the site in Civil Center, the heritage site, the Ghanaians built a Ghanaian house there recently. But look, what the important point I want to bring out to the audience, to the listeners and so, at the site where they built the house just now, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, that is on the, what we would say, the windward side of the road, the left-hand side going from St. Anne's Bay. But the original Spanish sugar factory was on towards this sea. Same location, but just the road would separate it. So this side to the sea, that's where they excavated the ruins, a university in Canada, excavated the ruins of the original civil sugar factory. It was about 30 years of work from in the 50s, but it was not fully recovered until in the 1980s. They found the original thing. A lovely lady up from a university, Simon Taylor University in Canada, did the work. And you can Google and read about her wonderful work. You'll see a picture on Google riding a camel. And strange enough, they had brought camels to Jamaica to work in the sugar industry as well, but it did not work out well. But the camels did not survive, so they got extinct. But it is of so an interest to know that Ghana built those two houses recently, and they not only stopped there, but went to the United Nations and successfully got this resolution passed by the United Nations. 123 voted in favor, 3 abstained, and 53 countries did not vote. But strange enough, General Rattigan, of the 53 countries that did not vote, it's technically is of no moment, because look at this. In 2009, the King of Spain, after 500 years, came to Jamaica, addressed the Jamaican Parliament, and not only addressed the Jamaican Parliament, he apologized in the Parliament. I have a picture of the King of Spain in my book. He and his wife. The picture is used in the book as well. I deliberately place this picture there because General Rattigan, I cannot understand if after 500 years he came and we treat the moment, they don't give it sufficient impact, because look at it. In 2009, when King Juan Carlos and his wife came, he went to Spanish Town. They presented the key to the city of Spanish Town. I gave a picture of that is in the book as well. Receiving the key. His wife receiving the key of the city of Spanish Town. So when the following year after they come, somewhere about 2009, 2011, following the King's visit, the Prime Minister of England came and refused. To the same Parliament, he refused. So we must move along and don't remember anything about reparation or so. And no one in the Parliament stood up and said, no, if the King come in 2009, after 500 years, and apologize and says the most, he used a term, I can't pronounce it right now, egregious, it's not egregious. No, it's not egregious, is the word, it's a very, but something like egregious, he said, the King of Spain in the address. Is an address that we should not take lightly. It should be broadcast periodically around the island, that address that he made to the Parliament. Because when he addressed the Parliament in Jamaica in 2009, we should look at it from this point of view. It must be for a reason why he came. And if we were the active people and pursue matters in the right way, we would have been far ahead of the reparation story, because we are divided, and some people is saying, forget that. We can't forget it when the king come after 500 years and say, sorry, he did that. So I'm saying, sir, that if Ghana pursued this matter and get the resolution passed, we are to act on it, because Europe is saying they did not vote, but they cannot vote for the reason that I've showed you, that the king himself and England cannot not vote because they were center of the matter. England, Spain, all of those countries were central to the sugar industry and the egregious action that took place. So they cannot not vote at the United Nations. Sorry not to bore you, but it's my thinking and why I'm reinforcing the matter so much. If you replay my first discussion with you, I told you that this is issue number 1 I'd like for you. So I'm putting it in your corner, sir, in your hands, in your strong hands, and to build on it. And as you had mentioned earlier in your introduction today, you mentioned the part of women, and I'd like for the OJLDF to endorse Lady Anna Elena Roosevelt visit to Burnham Field in Clarendon, and just to pause and share with your audience that Burnham Field in Clarendon was owned by the Dawkins. It was the Dawkins estate, the Dawkins who operated. I don't know if you have the picture of the chimney. You can show that to your audience.
The smokestack?
Yeah. The Dawkins owned that estate, 7th estate in Clarendon, along with Parnassus. And Parnassus was part of Burnham Field, where they built the base in World War II. But when they built the base in World War II, the base was built as part of an agreement with the government of Jamaica, where they leased them Burnham Field, an area out in Old Harbour, an area up in St. Thomas, and an area in Westmoreland. That was all part of the agreement to establish the base of the Southern Command. However, in 1941, they renamed the area of the base in honor of Deb Vernon. Deb Vernon was killed, and outstanding, they named the base because of his outstanding performance in World War I. They named the base in 1940s in his honor of his exploits in World War I. Remington Deb Vernon, who was born in New Jersey, he fought on the side of the French at the start of World War I, but somewhere about in 1918, when America joined the war, because at the start they were not in World War I, they came in later. Then Deb Vernon went over from the U.S. Army and went from the French Army and fought in the side of the U.S. Army, and he got killed as an outstanding aviator. Aviator Remington De Vernon was born in New Jersey, Rutherford, New Jersey, and they named the base in his honor. So I say all this to say that we would, going forward, I'm suggesting to us, Brother Rattigan, that we honor the exploits of Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, who came and slept at Vernon Field. And we would say thanks to her that through OJLDF every year, we would have a function there in her honor, and to thank her for her contribution and what she had, the part she had done. So OJLDF would put out some
right.
Yeah.
No, what we'll do is that we're pressed for time right now, and
yeah,
I forgot to ask if I come back, because the people in the chat really hearken to the message. They're really interested in what you have to say. But we have some things that we have to cover today, and
yes.
So next week, if you're available, we can carve out a certain time for you, and producer Joan will convey it to you. And then that time there is just your time. And what we want to do is we want to open during that time period. She'll give you a time slot and say, this time slot is yours. We don't want to bleed over you. We just want to keep it within the time slot. What I plan to do is to open the phone line, because a lot of people have a lot of questions they want to ask you. They want to pick your brain and get some answers about a whole range of historical topics and contemporary topics as well, including the recent UN General Assembly vote. So I'm going to extend that to you. We'll have you on next week. It's funny, because Kevin won't be on next week. So I tell Kevin that he'll be replaced by topics, by information, and not people. Because we weren't planning on having anybody next week.
Okay. Well, I thank you for this, sir, and wish you, as I said before, and please, 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 my youngest daughter, my granddaughter would say, pretty please, I'm asking you, let us use this resolution to represent ourselves. And in the meantime, sir, look on the quantification that was done, and within that context,
we'll talk about that.
Yes.
Finish. No, finish. Sorry to interrupt you. Finish up.
Yeah, I was saying, sir, that you use the quantification and let us represent ourselves properly up in Europe. And bear in mind, nobody is going to put what we are to get. And we have to defend ourselves and find a way to I'll speak to you more off the year. I want to speak to you off the year before I come.
No problem. The thing, before you go, I'd like people to understand that what Ghana did was commendable, but it's not binding. A UN General Assembly resolution is not binding on the members. It's a recommendation. And the recommendation is the recognition of the trials and tribulations that our ancestors went through. And it's also asking for reparations. It's a recommendation. 3 countries didn't vote for it. Israel, the US, and Argentina. And over 50 countries didn't vote. But it is not a binding resolution, because a binding resolution generally comes from the Security Council for Security and Peace. This one is one that's recommended, and it's based on some moral ground. Slavery was immoral. And so that's where, that's the basis of it. But There is no legal obligation for them to do anything. And so what's going to happen is that it has to come through the Security Council. I guess there are ways that you can bring it through the Security Council, making it binding. But you see, it's going to be an uphill battle because the Security Council has a limited amount of members, and we don't know if they're going to vote for it. But putting that aside, it's good to have people on record because you know where they stand. And so, David, I look forward to having a fulsome discussion with you on this and other topics next week. So I just want to thank you for your time. And, and tell you that I'm looking forward to having you next week where we can go through all of these topics. And then we open up the phone line so that you can take some calls from our listeners and viewers.
Yes, sir. And thanks to your support team, and thanks everyone, and all the very best.
All right. Big up yourself, sir. Big up
Yes.
yourself. All right, folks. David is like our resident scholar. You know, the man has a myth on the elephant. But you know what they said? They said that whenever you lose one of your senses, the others become more acute. You know, we don't want anybody to lose any of their senses. But it has been proven that when you lose some of the other senses, they make up for that loss. And Dave, but I don't think his memory is making up for that. I just throw that out as a comment because I truly think that this man, you heard him say it, he had a love for history. And so what we're seeing is the manifestation of hard work put in years ago and not as a result of the loss of a sense, of one of his senses. So, David, big up yourself. Looking forward to seeing you next week. By the way, nobody can replace Kevin in them. I just want to say that out loud. Nobody can where you're there. All right. So, Kevin, you put up the one with the thing. I just want to, because, you know, I live in Maryland and I just want to show the people.
It's right beside
this one right here. Folks, this one. Folks, this came to my attention. Big up yourself, Eddie. It came to my attention. I think it was yesterday. And then somebody, I think it's Eddie again, just sent me this one. I knew they were from Maryland because the company, the shirt that the gentleman, the shirts that they were wearing, that company is a Maryland company. So I knew they were from Maryland, but I just want to, and I can't avoid the curse word, but just watch and see what's going on. This is just for information. For all of you who live here and your status is unclear and you're working, take a look at this.
That correctly, a homeowner hired a bunch of people to help remodel their house, and clearly they were doing some roof work. And as they were finishing up the job, the homeowner called immigration on them. And as you'll see, they are all down there just waiting for them to come down, including that one who's giving a peace sign. Yeah, and you're about to see them. They rounded up 6 of the workers and detained them right here. And if that wasn't bad enough, the owner of the home, Ken Trevino, had this to say.
You the owner?
Yes.
What's the point? What's the point of all of this?
Pardon me?
Why you guys didn't tell him to leave? This is private property.
Well, first of all, I am pro-ICE. I don't think illegal people should be there. They should come in properly. I'm a retired Marine. I'm a retired Marine. Been to combat. I've fought to protect our rights.
Hey, Ken, I don't know if you know this, but Trevino is literally a Hispanic last name. You know, Ken, that video was a little blurry, and the video that was from the roof, like, I couldn't really see the house. So, like, let's just take a look at your house together, shall we? Oh, there it is. There's that house. And if you're about to see in a second, there is the car. That's the roof that they were on. That's the way they came down. And there's that cemetery that was right there, right? Yep, there it is. There's your house. Oh, I see. It's fucking dilapidated and it's falling apart. But I just want to let you know, your house is located in Maryland. And in the state of Maryland, according to Title 3, Subtitle 7, Section 3-701, a person may not obtain, attempt to obtain, or conspire to obtain money, property, labor, services, or anything of value from another person with the person's consent if the consent is induced by wrongful use of actual or threatened. Section 4, notification of law enforcement officials about another person's undocumented or illegal immigration status. And since a person cannot be illegal because only acts are illegal, the only person who did anything illegal here, Ken Trevino of Cambridge, Maryland, is you. I guess that's what you fought for.
You know, I don't know if it's true. So we're putting in our disclaimer. This just came to our attention. I mean, since we're on the era, we're broadcasting. And so I just put it up there. If any of you know about this, then please let us know. We just saw this. We don't know if that is the full story. I heard about it like yesterday or the day before, but it was a little bit different. The story was a little bit different. The two stories, they're not exactly the same. We don't know.
One of them says it's a woman.
Right. Maybe she's married to this gentleman. We don't know.
Probably.
So let me just put that out there. So just the lesson to be learned here is this. If your immigration status is in doubt, you may want to go out with what you do. You may want to think twice about what you do. And I tell you this because I'm familiar with the case. I know the gentleman. And I thought the gentleman was here legally. And I got a phone call from his wife saying that they picked him up at Home Depot. He's from Guatemala. And she told me where she thought he was. I looked in the system, couldn't find him. And I told her, tell him to call me. He didn't call. Well, 4 weeks later, I got a call from his brother who said he's on his way to Texas. He called his brother just before they flew him from wherever he was to Texas. And he called me. And I referred him to a very dear friend of mine an attorney who lives, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes from the facility where he was detained. So hopefully things are going to work out. Because then he told me some things that they were telling him to do, and it just didn't sound right. But I have to remember that English is not his first language. And so what he's telling me may not be what they conveyed to him. So my dear friend, if you're watching from Texas, I hope you went to see him and things are working out. I haven't heard from him since. So again, story is this: if your status is questionable, or if you know you have no status, then tread carefully. That's all I can say.
When in doubt, don't go out.
All right. Let me do this. We started out this theme, Professor, talking about people sitting in the passenger seat when they should be driving and no 9-day wonders around here. I'll show you something that has become a 9-day wonder for other people, but not for us. Let me see this. Here we go. Okay. What page is this? It's 86. All right. Let me just move this and then add this. No.
I would really like for producer OT to be aware that my hands didn't touch the keyboard, the computer at all in the presentation of this.
Hey, that's not her role on a Saturday, no. The only producer supposed to criticize them on a Saturday is producer June. Producer OT can recommend, but you can't criticize. Only producer June can criticize me on a Saturday. Producer OT, are you listening? You make recommendations on a Saturday. On a Wednesday, you can criticize me. Vice versa. Joan
I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there just for producer OT alone.
All right. Folks, this is the Integrity Commission's report on Market Me. I just wanted to show you. There it is right there. Report of investigation concerning allegations of procurement irregularities and conflict of interest in the award of contracts to Market Me Consulting Limited by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And it's dated July 2025. It has been tabled. I believe it was tabled in July, but the investigation actually started way back in August of, I think, 2022. Again, some people, they dislike my characterization of this entity as the commission. And I've made it quite clear that I don't think they're up to the task. If you're short-staffed, there are ways that you can streamline things. And in fact, they tried to, because if you recall, they increased the amount of money, the earnings, before you are required to file a statutory declaration. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it was like 2-point-something million or something like that. And then they raised it to 12 million because they were getting overwhelmed. The numbers that I gave you, they're not correct. But you get the point that the number that they said, okay, if you earn this much as a government employee, you have to file a statutory declaration. They became overwhelmed, and then they raised that number significantly. I think now it's like 12 million. But they still, I still don't think they're doing work that would cause people to say or characterize the work as outstanding. I personally have a lot of problems with the way they conduct investigations. I do. I wish they would call me and ask me, well, since you're so critical, what do you think about what we're doing wrong? How would you give us some ideas? I wish they would. They won't. Pride comes before a fall, and they're falling. They're falling, you know. Them too proud to say, you know what? Okay, let's talk to somebody who has some idea about it and at least just hear what he has to say. They won't do that. Enough said. Let me just show you. By the way, you remember this investigation where they had the evidence. They had the evidence. They had the evidence based on documentation and based on statements that this case should have been brought to the corruption prosecutor with a referral for prosecution. And they didn't. And remember what they did at the very end. They invited the subjects of the investigation. Now, when I say subjects, I'm talking about Miss Lindsay McDonough, one of the principals in Market Me, and the minister. Those are the two principals, but primarily the main principal is the minister. And what did they do? They brought them in and they told them about the investigation and gave them a chance to give a statement. Where you ever hear this nonsense? They completed the investigation. They said, listen, we believe that you guys did some things, blah, 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 especially, or the minister did some things, but they implicated her as well. And they said, we want to get a statement. And of course, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get blanket denial. And that's what happened. They just said, we don't know what you're talking about. We deny all of this stuff. And then this is one of the things that they did. And how many of you are actually following this story? Because Jamaica is content rich. And because it is, you'll get overwhelmed if you try to keep up with all the stories, and you'll forget about certain things. And then you'll go, okay, yeah, I remember that, when it's brought to your attention, but no work has been done to try and bring this to light and have the authorities take appropriate action. Now, let me show you this. Let me show you this. I went too far. All right, here we are. This is 7.6 or 7.7. And let me show, this is recommendations. See that? There it is. Recommendations and anti-corruption initiatives. Anti-corruption. They use that term in this investigation regarding the minister. Anti-corruption initiatives. If they didn't believe that there was something here bordering on or being a part of corruption, then there would be no need to put that there. But they did, and they made recommendations. They should have made a referral to the corruption prosecutor. They didn't. They're afraid of them own shadow. So here's what they did. One of the recommendations. And look at how it's written. Look, there it is. And if I big it up so all of you can see it. All right. There it is. It's 7.7. You can see it right there. And then here it is. They made a recommendation, but it's a referral. It's a referral to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Juliet Holness. Look at what it says. Having regard to the conflict of interest concerns around Dr. Tufton's introduction of Market Me, 1, and his friendship with its co-director, Miss McDonough, 2, and his subsequent involvement in discussions from which he ought properly to have been recused. 3 things they accuse him of right there. 3 things they said. We have problems with the way it was the company was introduced to him. We have a problem with his friendship with Miss McDonough, and we have a problem with his involvement in discussions in which he should have no part whatsoever. They went on to say, after the last comma, second to last, third to last line, the DI recommends that this matter be referred to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. The DI recommends that this matter be referred. When they say the DI recommends that this matter be referred, who are they recommending it to? Are they recommending it to the Parliament? Because if you're sending it to the Speaker of the House, you just said the DI is referring this matter to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. But the moment you said recommends that this matter be referred, it's you're saying that you're saying it to a
somebody else has to do it
to get to her, right? So they should have just said, we are referring this matter, and that's it. So again, I'm telling you, people, they don't know how to, 1, properly conduct investigations. They do a decent job with some, but overall, I'm not impressed. Overall, in some cases, wow, they did good work. They good work that you expect of investigators. But overall, listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. Overall, I'm not impressed with what they've done and what they're doing. So they refer the matter to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. This, remember what I showed you. Let's go back to this. Look at the date of this. This, July 2025. Have you heard anything about this? Anyone? That's what? 8 months ago? July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 8 months ago. Have you heard anything about this? Who's doing the follow-up? Who?
Melissa Delay Matters.
Who's doing the follow-up? This is serious enough. First, it should have gone to the prosecutor. They didn't send it to the prosecutor. They said, we're going to send it to the Speaker of the House. And the wording is nebulous. We're not quite sure why they worded it that way. But we think we know what they we're trying to convey. And that is, we're not, this is a hot potato. We're just going to give it to the speaker and let the speaker do whatever she wants to do with it. Nothing was done. All right? Let me take this down.
The speaker has a lot on our plate, though, Provost.
Beg your pardon?
The speaker has a lot on our plate. You know?
The speaker has a lot on our plate.
Yes.
I'll tell you that.
With matters like Melissa destroying the country and people calling people names and not using proper titles in the house. She has a lot to address. She has a lot
to address. All right. Well, since nobody decided to take it up, we around here decided that Kevin laugh. Kevin, let me just tell you something. If you're planning to go back to Jamaica, just forget about it. There are members there are people that we're aware of who will be traveling soon. There are people that we're familiar with that they will be traveling soon, and they're gonna have a good time. But you can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere.
No.
So
I'm gonna bring me back a postcard or something.
I'm gonna show you something now, people, and I want you to take a close look at this. Here we go. Now, you see the email where it was sent, JAWholeness@gmail.
Who that?
I was told that is the, if you want to write to the Speaker of the House, this is the email that you have to use.
Why?
And when it was provided to me, I said, but this doesn't make any sense. I thought you would have like a .gov.jm official email for government business. But I was told this is the email that the Speaker of the House is using. Now, I don't know, but if it is, serious problem. If this is the official, if this is the email being used by the Speaker to conduct official business, then that's a problem. Because what I was trying to find out, I was trying to get, because when you file an ATI, you file it to a government address, government email. And so I was trying to find that, and I couldn't find it on my list. And I made some phone calls, and they said, no, this is the email that you have to use to contact her. And in fact, they gave me another email. We blotted it out. Another email for somebody in Parliament as well. And there's a reason why we didn't show it to you. We won't talk about that. But if the Speaker of the House is using this to conduct official business, because remember now, she's in a position where she's in a position where confidential matters are discussed with her. And who knows, maybe secret matters. And if she's using this email to conduct business, this is a serious problem. So I'm calling on MOCA, I'm calling on the Integrity Commission, I'm calling on all of the authorities, the pertinent authorities in Jamaica, including the JCF. Please take a look at this email to see if this is the email that the Speaker of the House is using to conduct official business, because I was asking for an official email because I'm filing an ATI complaint. And this is what I was provided with. They said, no, this is the email. And I said, no, this can't be, because everyone I've written to, there's a .gov.jm. They said, no, this is the one that she's using. So I just leave that up there because I have my, I have a problem if she's using it. We don't know. But anyway, here's what happened. We said, dear Madam Speaker, reference is made to the Integrity Commissions. I noticed I didn't call them commission, right? Because some people might not know that I refer to them as that only. So we said, Integrity Commission's investigation regarding procurement irregularities, conflict of interest, blah, blah, blah. Said investigation commenced, hold on, let me use this. Here it is. An investigation commenced in August of 2020, and the report was tabled in July 2025. How it take them 5 years to do this? Come on, people. They didn't have to go overseas, and it wasn't like it was an extraterritorial investigation. So they said, well, we have to liaise with our international partners to get information, to find out stuff. That wasn't the case. Why is it taking them almost 5 years to conduct and complete an investigation of a very, very simple matter? When I say simple matter, meaning that it's primarily a document case. It's a document case. Contracts were issued, and then they look at relationships. So it's primarily documents, and then you have a couple of interviews. Why 5 years? So those of you who would take issue with me saying that I have problems with the commission because of its shortcomings, then please understand where I'm coming from. Please understand. 5 years to do this investigation. 5 years to ask the minister and Lindsay McDonald, how did she get this contract? How did you meet her? Were you involved in a dalliance? Were you involved in an extramarital affair with her when she received these contracts? 5 years to ask those questions? 5 years to get the documents? People, I hope you understand. Hope you understand where I'm coming from. No, they said you cannot take a selective instance to prove a general statement. That is true. But at least I have a selective instance. I have an instance here. So it is not baseless when I say I have issues with what they're doing. But it's not just one case. I can show you many cases where the investigation just, I cringed when and the thing is, this wasn't the professor telling me, our producer Joan telling me, this was the commission's report that I read. This wasn't a third party. This is their report I'm reading, and I'm going, no, this doesn't. Anyway, see what I said? Section 7.7 contains a referral to you, Madam Speaker, for action deemed necessary regarding the conflict of interest and the involvement in discussions from which he ought properly to have been recused. And look at that. I said, it has been approximately, here it is, it has been approximately 8 months since the matter was referred to you. However, to date, there has been no publication concerning your action in this significant matter. And here's a request. Please provide information, evidence, and action taken up on the issues identified in section 7.7 concerning Market Me and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. No, we will see if he'll respond. Go ahead.
Typically, things that fall under the purview of a statute of limitations. Does this limitation start, the counter start at the time of accusation, or does it start at the time of finding?
That's a good question. It depends, because if it's corruption, there is no statute of limitation.
Oh, okay.
If it's conflict of interest, I think there is like a 3-year statute of limitation. There is a statute of limitation on it, 3 or 6. I don't recall.
From the time of accusation?
No, it's from the time of the event, which is crazy. It's crazy. So what would happen is that if you don't find out about it until 6 years down or 9 years down the road, and again, I'm just recalling. I'm trying to remember. So if I'm wrong, and I'm subject to full correction, if I'm wrong, someone just put it in the chat and let me know what the statute of limitation is on for conflict of interest matters. But I do know that for corruption, there is no statute of limitation. So, and then also, Kevin, that's a good question, because there is also for what do you call it? What do you call it, man? When the financial secretary, when she filed that action to recover funds.
Surcharge?
Hmm?
Surcharge?
Surcharge, thank you. Surcharge actions. I know that in one statute, it says the surcharge it's 3 years, and it starts from, one of them says it starts from the date that it was discovered. Another one says it starts from the date that the incident occurred. So there are two statutes, and the statutory periods are different. So then you have to ask yourself, what was Minister Malahoo Fort doing when she said that part of the mandate of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs was to look at these laws and bring them in harmony? You know, look at these outdated, anachronistic laws and have them reflect present day society. I don't know what she was doing, and we're going to do a story on her as well, on the Prime Minister, because we spent what, over $1 billion to establish this ministry, and now the ministry is gone, and she has been reduced to a backbencher. You don't hear much from her these days because she failed in her principal mission, which was to bring Jamaica to the state of republic. And we didn't get there. We didn't get there. So that's where we are. Now, I want to, let me see something here, Kev. Let me move this. Let me move this one, yeah. Can you move that one, Kevin, the Maryland one, the last one? And while you're doing that, let me just pull up a video here.
Oh, the Maryland one gone.
What was that?
You already moved it, the Maryland one.
No, I moved one. I moved the one that I put up. The last one, you put it up.
They're both gone.
Hold on. All right. Okay, my people. Bear with me.
Serene Shu says,
all right, here we go. Oh, you know, Dorrit. What was that?
Serene Shu was saying conflict of interest is generally six years from the cause of action. 6 years from the cause of action.
All right, the cause of action was before 2020. Or somewhere, but you know what? It transferred because it was 20. I think it was 20. She got Market Me received contracts. I think it's 2018, 2019, maybe I think 2017, 18, 19, and then she said that the relationship with meaning Lindsay McDonald, said that the relationship between herself and the Minister Tufton, that is, was a professional relationship during the time that they got the contract. And she specified from 2017 to 2019. But then she got contracts in 2020 and 2021. So the question is begged, what kind of relationship did you have with him after your professional relationship ended in 2019? Because you were still getting contracts. So, you know, it's crazy.
In this instance, can the last incident be used instead of the first incident? Because it's conflict of interest either way.
Yeah. If the last one, let's say the last one was 2021, yes. Then the question is, can you use the last one by way of reference to drag the others in to say it's a continuing conflict of interest? Saying, yes, it started there, but it didn't end there. And this is part of it as well. So you have to bring all of it in. See, the law, the law doesn't provide for a way to deal with that type of sophistication. It doesn't deal with that. You know, They have something called, in America, they have something called incorporation by reference, where you can go back and bring things in because what you're looking at now is a violation of the law. So you can actually go and look at some things that occurred before. And I know that in EEO cases, you can go back and look at things even though the deadline has passed. They'll say, okay, you can bring it in as background. But even as background, it's still good because the trier of facts will hear the full story. You know, because if you look at the last incident, they might not understand the last incident. But if you say, look, let's bring in everything so that you can see and understand why the last incident is so important. Now, they will not charge based on the previous incidents, but they certainly will on the last one. But now they have the full story. So it's kind of technical, but long story short, it was not provided to the corruption prosecutor. Can it still be based on the 2021 date for the contract? Yes. In fact, we don't have to do that. Hold on a second. Let's go back right here. Let's go back right here. I remember there's a page in this document here. Hold on. There's a page here. Bear with me, my people. Bear with me. Okay, hold on. 22. Okay, look at this. See this? This is a list of all the contracts that Market Me received, right? And she said that between 2017, it is right here. She's saying between 2017, so we're talking contract, I mean, number, if you look at number 13, she's saying that, let me use Kevin's favorite color to kind of highlight some of this. Here it is right here, 2017, right? She said between 2017 and 2019 here, that the relationship was a professional one. But then, our 2020, I think, 2020, I think it might be 20. But then here we have 2021, right here. So the question is, well, what kind of relationship did you have with him when you got these two contracts worth over 8 million? What kind of relationship did you have with him? He was the principal.
Semi-professional.
So what's going on there? And I must go back to look and see. I have to find it. Hold on a second, people. It's important that we weren't planning on doing this, going so far into this, but let me just go back and see where the statement that she made. Give me 1 second. Miss Lindsay McDonough. Miss Lindsay McDonough. Lindsay must have said, I will me to make him take set by myself. You know, but
that question is trending.
Don't feel no way I know you alone, Lindsay. It's just the people where me have concerns about that. Me do this stuff. Right? If I have no concerns about it, I don't spend time. You know, and I do this on behalf of the people. That's what I do. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Hold on, people. I know.
Yes, sorry. That's what he says. It's my favorite color.
Yeah, it's Kevin's favorite color. I'm looking at it green all over the place here now. Market Me. Hold on. Because I remember them interviewing her and she gave them that answer. Miss McDonough.
Director of Corruption Prosecution at the IC has resigned from the country's top anti-corruption watchdog effective March 31st. That sounds familiar.
Okay, hold on.
That bit of information sounds familiar, Serene. Did we address that, Provost? Missy Bram.
All right, here it is. I found it. Here it is. Here it is. Look at what she said right here. She said, because she gave a statement, and I mean these people, the commission, they give people, hey, if you want, get away, you know, from the, look, if any of these people weren't having problems, if they want to get away from the Integrity Commission, tell them call me. No, tell them don't call me, because I'm not going to do that. But seriously, their investigations are fraught with all kinds of issues. One of the things procedurally is that they interview you once, they interview you twice, and if you want to, they'll interview you 3, 4, 5 times. You see the problem with that though. It's a problem for you, but it's also a problem for them, because the more statements you give, the more problems are created for them to figure out which one is the truth. Because remember, the burden of proof is on who? The burden of proof is on the government. And if you give them 4 different stories, all they can say is that you misrepresented, or you give them 4 different stories, and you say, no, I remember it this way, I remember it, and then on a different day, I remember this and a different. You ask, what you plan, you strategize, and you say, we're going one interview. But look at this. They interviewed her, and if you look right, she said, it is important to add the following to the investigation. A, that in my prior, here it is right here, prior statement. Second statement is, I remember now, if you've been following this, ask yourself this question. How many statements did she give to the commission? How many statements did, and statements, plural, did Lindsay McDonough, a principal in Market Me, give to the commission? The answer is 3. She gave 1 before this one, because she said that in my prior statement. And if you recall, when the investigation was completed, they gave her a chance to make another statement. And that statement was a blanket denial of the findings. But look at what it says. That in my prior statement, clarity was not brought to an alleged romantic relationship between myself and Dr. Tufton. I now seek to do so. I now seek to provide clarity by making it absolutely clear. Look at this language now, people, that on shouldn't be, and we discussed it shouldn't be on 2016, it should be that in or about, let me now correct, let me leave it, that on or about 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, the period during which Market Me was involved in Jamaica moves, the subject matter of the investigation, Dr. Tufton and I only had a professional relationship. So what she's saying is up to 2019, it was a professional relationship. Okay, Miss McDonough, then how do you explain this? Wait there. Sita, 2019. Hold on, 2019. I forget the page where the panel, Kevin. Oh no, the up song. 2019. Here it is. 2019. But look, she received contracts in 2020, 2 in 2020, and 2 in 2021. She stopped. Apparently, she said, my professional relationship was during the period that we had contracts. From 2016, she was saying, 2016 to 2019. So what were you doing with him in 2020 and 2021 when you received 4 contracts? These are the things that the commission should have focused on. And it just, instead, what they did, they said, oh, we're going to send it over to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Why? Why? So, this is what's going on with them. And that's why I wrote the letter. And I said, Speaker of the House, this thing came to you in 2024, I believe. 2025, 8 months ago. Please tell us what action you have taken. Now, here's what, Kevin, tell me on my song. Tell me on my song. Tell me on my song. I believe that they're not going to do anything. They, meaning the Speaker, is not going to do anything with this. And you know why? Minister Tufton was one of the 2 or 3 senators that the speaker's husband, the prime minister, gave unsigned letters or undated letters of resignation. And if you remember, they took the prime minister to court and they won. And the prime minister now have nothing really, there's no, from what I'm gathering, there's no real friendship between him, the prime minister, and the 2 or 3, I think it's 3 people, the 3 senators. In fact, one of the senators, him send him to go to China. Him there China now as I'm bad. Him must want to stay far from him. Him there China right now. He move him to go Trinidad. And now he move him from Trinidad instead of bring him back to Jamaica and say, we don't want to deal with him. And him send him going to China right now. Big up yourself, ambassador. Jamaican ambassador to China. I'm a brethren still, so I call out him name. But into that. So I think that what happened is that because no smart money has it that PSOJ was and is still behind Dr. Tufton as the next leader of the party, which they hope will translate into him being the prime minister. Smart money is on the PSOJ, they're betting on him. That's what I've been told. So think about that now. The prime minister sit down there, and if you think about it, the prime minister can't, with all the failures of Minister Tufton, him can't touch him. With all the failures, him don't want to touch him because, and it adds credence to it that PSOJ, the big money, the titans of industry, them support Minister Tufton. So the prime minister dare not move him or dare not do anything with him. But I think them, so what happened now? Let's come back to the speaker's handling of the referral. I don't think they're going to do anything with, I think they're going to hold it and kind of keep Minister Tufton in check and say, listen, you go and just behave yourself and stay in your corner. Otherwise, the speaker can do a lot of things with this information. So you just sit down over this and just keep yourself calm. Don't raise your head because it will get cut off. Just stay over there. So that is just a theory. Arthur Williams. Yeah, mega. I'm a brethren. Well, no, leave it like that because it might go off time. Come and say I'm a brethren. I know Arthur. And I know Arthur before all of this took place. So there you go. So Kevin, that is what I think. I think that it is there for a particular reason. And so they're going to hold on to that. They're not going to do anything. So what we have to do, people, we have to force the speaker to take action. Whether to say, well, then there's nothing here, which I would find that remarkable, or to say there's something here and we need to denounce him, we need to castigate him, we need to punish him for this. What do you think?
All of the above. Listen, and I was asking along the other lines when I asked about the statute of limitations.
Right.
Because I was thinking along the lines of holding it and let it go the way of possible prosecutions gone before.
Right.
So either way, there's no action on something that there should be action.
True. All right. We're going to just leave it there for now, people, but just, I'm waiting, Speaker, I'm waiting with bated breath for you to respond as per the Access to Information Act. And you have 30 days to respond with an extension of another 30 days. So you have 60 days. And the reason I say that, I know you're going to take the 60 days. I know you're going to take the 60 days, but I'm patient. I'm waiting because this is not going to be a 9-day wonder. We don't encourage that. We don't support it. We burn out 9-day wonders. So that's where we are. Let me show you something now, people. Let me just show you something. We talked about it briefly last week. Let's talk about it again.
Man talk a kind of lie about 20 odd million and 28 million. Lie! Me not take no salary increase. So my salary is what it was before. And I tell you something, I feel like just give back to.
Give back.
Because he's a proud man, you know. Me don't like people tell lie for me. Oh.
So the Prime Minister said that a lie, the $28 million that they're talking about. He said, I don't want it. And he said, in fact, the $9 million I'm getting, I feel like just giving it back because he's independently wealthy. So he said, I feel like just giving it back. And then what caused the sudden turn? Him take a turn and said, no, I want it. And not only do I want it, no, I want it to be retroactive. It has to go back to September of last year. And as I was explaining to all of you, it's not the Prime Minister's salary alone went up, What's that? 19 million. It's not the Prime Minister's alone salary went up. The way the law is written in Jamaica, previous prime ministers, them pension, they get the same as the current prime minister. And if they predecease their spouse, the spouse gets the money. So for example, Hugh Shearer, dead and gone long time. His wife is still alive. She was getting what he would have gotten, 9 million. She is now getting 28 million. Former Prime Minister Siaga, his wife is still alive. She's getting 28 million. Former Prime Minister PJ Patterson, he went from 9 million to 28 as well. Mama P, former Prime Minister, she went from 9 to 28. So we're talking about 5 salaries jumping up as a result of the Prime Minister's salary going up. So when you, my people, sat there thinking, well, it's just him alone get it, and him went from 9 to 28. And that's bad. It's even worse when you realize that 5 other people's salary went up with his. Did we budget for that? Huh? What is? Well, I'm just thing that. Here, Kevin.
Yep. Crickets.
Here again, crickets. Crickets. When you ask, no, and again, the journalists, the cadre journalists in Jamaica, I don't know what they're doing. Nobody's asking these questions and say, wait a minute, we didn't budget for this. No, it's what? Instead of 19, it's hold on there. Let me say something now. Thank God they make calculator. 5 times. That's 95 million more, 95 million per year. Per year. Let that sink in. Let it marinate.
Well, I will say they have made they have made politics look like a very attractive job.
And then the Prime Minister had the unlimited gall to take a pay raise. Take a pay raise. By the way, this year it's 95 now, but remember, it go back to September. I have some money in the back. But he had the unlimited gall to do that after promising this.
Over the next few years, in our third term, We will double the minimum wage from $16,000, what we have carried it to now, having almost tripled it, to $32,000.
They're not listening, Kevin. Professor, they're not listening. Our people.
In the third term.
Over the next several years, they didn't hear that. They heard 16 to 32. But then he said something else. They could continue.
In a powerful mass rally last night in Spanish Town, Prime Minister Andrew Holness captivated a massive crowd with a bold announcement. The highlight of his address was the pledge to double the national minimum wage from $16,000 to $32,000, a declaration that sent waves of excitement through the thousands of supporters gathered.
If you notice, the commentator didn't even say within a certain time period, because he too was swept up by the euphoria of a significant increase in the minimum wage.
This promise to significantly increase the earnings of Jamaica's lowest paid workers became the central topic of the rally and was met with an overwhelmingly positive response.
We will double the minimum wage from $16,000, what we have carried it to now, having almost tripled it, to $32,000. In our first budget, the minimum wage will move from $16,000 to $18,500, and then gradually after that for the next few years. It is necessary to do this. It is necessary to do this. So, over the next few...
And then he also said this.
Like you would have heard me make an announcement. It's really two announcements in one. One is that Jamaica is going to move towards what is called a living wage. And secondly, we are going to increase the minimum wage from $16,000 that it is now to $18,500 in our next budget. Now, for some people, it sounds like a big thing, and others may be a little bit concerned. Why? How me I go pay me helper? How me I go pay me gardener? But helpers and gardeners are very happy. Bartenders and people who work close to the minimum wage level, they are very happy. People who work as cashiers and merchandisers and security guards, they are very happy. But let me say this to you, my government that I administer on your behalf, we have never done anything that amounts to an unfair redistribution in the society. We don't believe in taking from one set and giving it to the next set. That's redistribution is a PMP thing. What we believe in is growing the pie so that everybody gets a bigger slice. In 2016, when we took over the government, the minimum wage was $6,200. And I want you to think back to 2016. And if you were in 2016 today, would you believe if I told you then that the minimum wage would be $16,000 now, almost triple? Would you believe it? You would say, boy, it's not possible. But look at it today. The minimum wage is now $16,000. You hear anybody fire anybody because the minimum wage increase? No, you hear people are bald, they can't get nobody to work. You hear any business closed down because minimum wage increase? No, more businesses are opening. Why? Because we run the economy in such a way that it causes growth to happen. The problem in Jamaica today is that the economy is expanding faster than we can provide labor to the economy. You see that problem? So you have people saying, I want workers. But you have another problem where workers are saying, I don't want to work. That is the problem. My government has brought in 85,000 new people into the labor force. And you know how that happened? Because we have gradually increased the minimum wage. And therefore people say it makes sense for me to work. Think about it. If you are at home taking care of your baby, and the pay that you're going to get after you pay bus fare and buy lunch, you don't have nothing. Me as well just stay home. And a lot of people think that way. So to get more people into the labor force now, we are going to have to increase the reward for labor. And that is how we're going to take off a lot of the youngsters who used to sit out on the roadside and all that, because for them, it don't make sense them work because they're not getting any reward. Now, we have to do this in a way that we don't place an unfair burden on business people and on people who are earning middle income. No. So you do it in a way that as you increase the income of the country, which we have been doing, we also increase the income of those at the bottom, and then we pull more people into the labor force.
Let's unpack the garbage.
More people would say.
What was that?
Push more people. More people would say push more people into the labor force.
All right, that's true. Here, one of the things he said was that it's unfair to business people. Let's be clear. I believe it was the Manufacturers Association and or PSOJ. The business people said to him, you cannot raise the minimum wage because they have a lot of minimum wage workers. And they're like, you can't do that, because if you do that, then we will have to pass the cost on to the consumers. And the consumers can't do it with minimum wage. They can't survive with minimum wage. One of the things he said was that the economy is expanding. What in the world is the Prime Minister talking? What is he smoking? What is he ingesting? He's doing something that's affecting his brain. Because when he said economy is expanding and we have more jobs than workers, and it's not about redistribution, it's about growing the pie. You can only grow the pie, people, if you produce. The trade deficit is expanding. Because why? Jamaica is not producing. Jamaica is importing a lot more than it is exporting. And that's why you have the trade deficit. And I'm breaking it down to the simple common denominator so that people can understand. So when he tell you that $16,000, back then that it was a living wage, guess what? Think about it, people. If you were getting whatever it was in 2016, 13,000 or whatever it was, what could you have purchased with that? That's a question you need to ask yourself. What could I have purchased? What was I purchasing with 13,000 then? And what can I purchase now with 16,000? Livable wage, people. Livable wage. And it has to do with the economy, it has to do with inflation, it has to do with a whole range of factors. So when he said to you, yes, we've raised it, it is true. But the question is, the spending power, is it stronger now at 16 than it was? Is it stronger now at 16 in 2025 than it was than 13,000 in 2016? No. The $2025 is weaker than it was in 2016. You could buy more with less back in 2016. But him come with this nonsense. And again, people, they're not thinking. Please, if you know any one of these people, tell them to come around here on a Saturday. Please tell them to come around here on a Saturday. And tell them come. They can come with a biased mind or an open mind. It doesn't matter, because the truth will permeate that. If them come around here and them come with the dietism after the program, and them sit down and them think about it, they're not going to realize. They're not going to realize.
What Marcus Garvey call it? What Marcus Garvey did call it?
I don't recall.
It's on the let me look on the thing.
I know one of the things that Marcus Garvey, I know one of the things he said was that he said some black people are no good to us now, and they will be no good to us in Africa. So it's like him almost just write off a certain segment and say, listen, these people, you can't get through to them. But I do believe that the truth will permeate the thick skulls of these people. The ones who fail to understand and appreciate truth. I really do believe. And you know when it going to happen, Kev? You know what happened? It happen when the rice can't swell. That's when it happen. When the rice can't swell, that's when, as my father said, the pangs of hell, when it reached them. That's when they realize that, wait a minute, we get pussy in a bag, man. We never examined carefully what was being sold to us. We were caught up in the euphoria and the $5,000 and the chicken dinner and whatever they gave us. And we say, yeah. And remember what we said, that the politicians, the only prosperity they care about is for themselves, their family members, their associates. You, the voters who put them in that position, last. No, better yet, you, the voters who put them in that position, forgotten. The moment you cast your vote on them, when them forget about you, they'll remember you 4 to 5 years later. They'll remember you. And that's why we are encouraging a discussion about the 5 versus 58. Don't know if we'll get to that today. But I just want to understand this, people. The Prime Minister come out after that now, that 18.5, and all of you know, 17. And guess what, Kev? Guess what? We're all sitting in that vehicle like passengers.
I'm curious
We're
though.
all sitting like passengers.
How sincere is that sincere ignorance now?
How sincere is the ignorance? Oh, good question. Good question. Just somebody said the trade unions came out and said it can't work. Well, here's the thing. Darwin Morris. Yeah, here's the thing. If you are going to come out and criticize, then you must be a driver, continue driving. You can't just come and just say it one time and move on, because guess what? The politicians accept that as par for the course. Them say, in other words, I saw the thing set. Yes, them going to complain one day, and then after that, it's back to normal. It's back to normal for whom? For them. For you, it's worse. But instead of being drivers, you sit down there as passengers. We don't need to come out, people, and talk about these things. We have some videos where we can show you entertainment. Big thing in Jamaica. People borrow money to go to concerts.
Party.
Look at the Sagicor run the other day. Look at the Sagicor run. What? Hundreds of thousands. I think them say must be 1 million or something like that. I don't know if it's true, but
half of the country show.
Lot of people. And if you say to them, come out tomorrow and make a protest these broken promises and how we're suffering, you will not be doing. If you get anybody. Look at the Hospitality Workers Union. Jamaics worked tirelessly to put this thing on. And they didn't call it a protest. I think he called it a march.
Rally. A rally.
Yeah, a rally. And how many people turned out? How many people? How many people? 36 or 37% of the registered voters voted. So a mandate was given for the entire Jamaica by 36 or 37 of the voting population. Not the total population, the voting population of those who registered to vote. So how, if you didn't vote, if you took the affirmative step to register to vote and you didn't vote, then what's your argument? No. In fact, you shouldn't have an argument. If you said to me, well, I registered, but I was hoping for a third party, that's a different argument. That's a different argument. But, you registered and say you were going to vote for UIC, but then you change your mind because of what's going on there. But if you say, no, I'm going to vote because, and generally speaking, Kevin, what you hear is, I'm going to vote because the two parties them are the same thing. That's what generally what you hear. You'll never hear the mention of a third party because the third parties in Jamaica, they're not viable. They're not viable. But we'll get to that another time, people. Because that argument, that discussion we've had with several people, I have die-hard labor rights. Die-hard labor rights. People who make money right now off of the Jamaica Labour Party's policies. Said to me, that's a nice discussion, and it's yeah. And I also have PNP people, comrades, who said the same thing to me. No, I'm not advocating anything, you know. I'm just saying, we throw it out there and say, what do you think about this? Because something has to give. Right. We need people to register and vote. Something has to give. We'll get to that in another segment. But again, the Prime Minister, he took his salary. No qualms about it. And when he took his salary, guess what? It went from 19 million to 95 million. The taxpayers must pay. I repeat, the taxpayers must pay. Third time, the taxpayers, you must pay. Must pay. And remember what I said. Corruption, if you marry corruption with fear, you have apathy. People just say, I saw the thing, said, me can't do nothing. Yeah, me register for vote, but me not vote. Why? You know, them want march, but the sun too hot, and them not giving no food. Me not going nowhere, you know. But that time is fast approaching when you will get out there and march. And march in an ongoing, sustainable manner. Meaning that you just don't go to one day and then that's it. Because they expect you not to protest or march. And best case scenario, they expect you to do it one time. They expect you to do it one time. But
well, that has been our trend, though.
Huh?
That has been our trend. We stand up for something, but we do it one time.
One time.
And when it don't, when nothing materializes, we go, boy, you know, I'm gonna try, but I saw the thing set.
Right. You see, Florence Hamilton said them love them belly. And I remember that Professor Lumumba, he said that Africans vote with their bellies. But the problem is that them not nothing in their belly right now, them not get anything. The abundance that they were supposed to receive, the prosperity that they were supposed to receive, they received it on or before September 3rd of last year. A month before that. That's when the politicians were available. That's when things were being given away. That period came and went. That train has left the station and the passengers are still standing there. They didn't board. The train gone, left them. They have to wait for the train, make a whole bunch of stops and come back. When? 4.5 later. 4.5 years from now. 4.5 years from now. So make we just move that. But then it goes back to this, you know, Kevin. It goes back to this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
And then also, this man gave us sound advice years ago, and we didn't listen. Sound advice, and we didn't listen. And here it is. And it was against, it was, as they say in law, a declaration against interest. It is something against his own interest, but he gave it to us. Here it is.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
No.
Don't do it.
Do not trust the words of politicians. This is coming from a politician. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. But our people, we don't listen. And so we're still waiting for the pie in the sky. We're waiting for the pie in the sky. When is it going to happen? When is the pie in the sky going to happen?
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
Hear that? Politicians tell you that the pie in the sky you're waiting on coming from the politicians, that will never happen. So now, people, this is what we have to do. We're born to that say miserable and cross.
Cross, angry, miserable.
Angry. This is what we have to do.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Tell us something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
We have to get to that point there, Kevin. Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. We have to get to that point. We have to get to that point. So, what I don't know is, what else we have on it? We have so many. Jamaica is, believe me, people, when I tell you that Jamaica is, I say it all the time, content rich. You don't have to look far to find a story. The question is, how do you approach the story? What's the angle? Well, here's something I quickly want to show you. Where's the Haiti thing? Okay, here we go.
It's in the miscellaneous.
Come on. Kevin, help. Let me get rid of this.
I don't know which one of this is you're getting rid of.
This one here. I know there must be a big X here. It's the big X here. I'm clicking on the big X and it won't let me go. All right, grab it. We'll show you some things. You see it?
1 sec. Let me go back over there.
Serene Susie, a lot of people feel it, but they just won't. Righteous 0011. What's going on in the last? Yeah, I have to go check on that. It's pending. It's pending. The last thing I heard. I have to check on it though. Doreen Bassett said the people them soon rise up at some point, like Rosie. We're going to show now Rosie. Now, while Kevin is moving this for the next story, let me tell you something about Rosie. As distinct and different from Rosalia Hamilton, the professor. This lady named Rosie, I listened to her. She's not an idiot. She is experienced. She is wily. She's cunning. She knows how to play the politics. So I don't want people to think that, and the way she's going about it, quite interesting. But she's highly competent. She's a strategist. She knows what she's doing. She's not doing this based on emotions. She knows what she's doing. Now, some of you have said, well, don't do the story. Stay away from it. Generally speaking, I would stay away from a story like this. Generally speaking.
Because all the facts are not in.
All the facts are not in. Yeah. Is this it, Kevin? What I wanted to do, folks, I wanted to just touch a little bit on Haiti and give you an update. But there's an article here. We had it up, and then all of a sudden now they're saying we have to subscribe. But we have the great Kevin here, so he's going to find a way where we can get the article for free, where we don't have to subscribe.
You know. So, because the article was just up.
The article was just up? Okay.
We just had it up. All right.
So we're going to touch base on Rosalie Hamilton versus Mr. Williams. And we're also going to touch on the beach access as well. We did market me already. Let me just kind of check off some of the stuff we did. We have a story on our very serious Minister of Finance. And I say that tongue-in-cheek, meaning she doesn't know what I'm just joking, tongue-in-cheek, you say it, but you don't mean it. Satirical view on it and things. We have the bus with Minister Vaz. We still haven't, there's so much to talk about these buses that we might not even get to it today. Then, as mentioned, we have the beach thing with Dr. Devon Taylor coming up. But we're waiting for this document. It was just here, and then all of a sudden, it disappeared.
I might have to go show it from my side.
Beg your pardon?
I can probably show it from my side.
Show it from your side, and I'll show the second one from my side.
Yeah.
Freedom said you should have saved it as PDF. That's a good
the
idea.
issue with that, Freedom, is with an article like that, when you save it as a PDF, it comes with a lot of ads in it also. Just for the purpose of showing the information, we just want to show it.
Okay, hold on. Let me see something. 5, 6 times 28. Somebody, it's 168. Oh, strong believer. You I see where you're going, but you're doing it. You're not doing it correctly. What you did was you add the 6 people and then you add the total salary. Remember, they were already getting paid, They were already getting paid 9 million. All of the people we mentioned. Siaga's wife, Shira's wife, PJ, Mama P, Bruce Golding. They were all getting paid at the same salary scale as the Prime Minister, 9. So what you have to do, you have to add it. You have to add 19, because they were already getting 9 anyway. What they've got now is an increase of 19 to make it 28. So then you have to times 19 by 5, or in this case 6, the Prime Minister. So that's how we got to our number. But what you did, you added up all of them. But don't do that, because remember, they were already getting 9. They were already, every single one of them was getting 9 million per year. Now it's going up to 28. So that's an addition of 19. So you have to do 19 times 5 or 19 times 6. So that's where we are. Whole new world. You make the case to me. Thank you.
You see me showing the article?
Oh, where is it?
Right beside me.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, here is the article. No, that's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. I have that one already. I have that one. Here it is.
Which one is the one you are looking for?
Well, see, I have that article already. It's this. It's not that one. It's the one that we used last week. All right, forget about it.
Yeah.
Time is at a premium. We could just move on. Move yours. Remove yours, because I can't remove it. Just remove yours, and I'll bring on mine. All right, folks. Here's what happened. No. Remember last week we showed you an article. The article described the situation in Haiti, and it said that the Kenyans, the largest contingent, they were drawing down, and that Jamaica had left the Friday before. And I think there was just a brief mention of it in the news. It wasn't highlighted. But let's go even further back. Remember, we told you that based on the agreement and everything we saw, it appeared as if the Jamaican contingent was nothing more than a collection of mercenaries. They were fighting are going to fight to disrupt gangs for money. It wasn't out of community interest. That may have been part of it, but that wasn't the primary reason. It wasn't that the Haitians are our brothers and sisters. They're in turmoil. Their country is destable or has been destabilized, and we need to go in and calm things down, restore order, and have them, put them on the path to development, self-development. That wasn't it. If you remember, at one point, Jamaica did not go to Haiti when Jamaica was supposed to go to Haiti. The reason was that the US government had not provided the funding. The funding, remember that? There were the US government and I believe Canada, I believe those two countries, they were training people in Jamaica to go to Haiti.
Yes.
They didn't have boots on the ground. We did. And if you recall, there was a substantive argument between Guyana and Venezuela regarding land/oil issues. And the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he had a meeting. They have this organization and he called it, it's CARICOM and another one, and they called everybody in to say, how can we resolve this? Because this is in our hemisphere. These people are our neighbors. Noticeably absent was Jamaica. And when my favorite minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, was asked, she said, no, that's in the Eastern Caribbean, and we're here focusing on Haiti. That's what she said. We're focusing on Haiti. We're strategizing, we're developing policies, we're training. What she didn't say is that we see a pot of gold here, and that's where we're going to go after, because going down there and go talk about Guyana and Venezuela, that's not going to help us, because our relationship don't match up with Venezuela already. So we're not going down there to deal with that. We're going to deal with Haiti because it looks like we can make some money. We can eat our food off of the Haitian situation. And what happened? There's something called an election. And then what happened? The US government said, no, we're not going to pour all that money into Haiti. We have other things that we need to do. We have other things that we need to do. Right? And so the money didn't flow. And then everybody started to withdraw. If you remember also, the Kenyans, they had a problem because it went all the way up to the highest court in Kenya, because the Kenyans were saying that it was unconstitutional to send Kenyans to the peacekeeping efforts or policing efforts in Haiti. Well, the Kenyans decided that they were going to withdraw. And
that was the article you were looking for.
Yeah?
That was the article you were looking for, the Kenyans withdrawing.
Yeah.
Oh, I have that.
Show it up there for me, brother, please. And all of you who come to hear about Rosalie Hamilton, you're going to hear about Rosalie Hamilton. But we're going to try and put a little twist on it. And we don't know if other people did the twist. We don't know. So if somebody else did it and we show it, then bear with us. But we were looking at it from a different angle. And again, let me be absolutely clear. The people, at least the ones that I saw looking at it, they did an outstanding job. No doubt. But so it would be it would be foolish for us to come and repeat what somebody did, right? We saw what people did. We saw what people did and we appreciated it. We lauded it and say, hey, they're on the ball. And then in our discussion, we say, oh, but wait a minute. What about this? And we say, yeah, let's look at it from that angle. And that's how we end up. look, that's how we end up with this presentation we're gonna make. You put it up yet, Kev?
Yeah, man.
Oh, hold on a second. Where is it? Like this?
Yeah.
All right. You can big it up for people, then, please. Just needs. All right, look at the headline. Kenyan troops start Haiti withdraw as gang suppression force deployment nears. Go up, please. And that's dated March 20th. Keep going. All right, whoa. All right, stop right there. See that? A group of 215 Kenyan police officers who formed the second contingent of the multinational security support mission arrived in Nairobi earlier this week. Them gone home. So if you're looking to see a group of 215 Kenyan police officers who formed arrived in Haiti, you're sorely disappointed because it says Nairobi. So went home. And that was confirmed by Kenya's Ministry of Interior. Last sentence. Sentence beginning last. It says last Friday, a smaller contingent of troops from the Bahamas and Jamaica that made up the Caribbean component also departed Port-au-Prince. Take that down for me, please, Kevin. So with much fanfare, we say we are go. So we start out with a bang and we end up with a whimper. Nobody not saying nothing, you hear not much about it. Now look at this, people. Look at this one here. Big up the one for me there, Kevin. There's so much in this article. Uh-oh.
Wait, I was going a while ago.
Me no know, Papa.
I think I got a different article altogether. Close those two. It look like it's two of them.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, all right. Boom. Okay,
All right,
both of them. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, here it is. All right. Yeah, when you try to enlarge it, it just disappeared. But here it is. Foreign forces are headed to fight Haiti's gang. This is now, remember the first article was March 20th. This is March 24th, and it says updated. The question is, haven't we been here before? Yes, we have. Here it is. Tell me when you're ready for me to draw for this thing, you know.
Hold on.
I see what happened. When you went over to the right, you hit the E-Trade thing.
Yeah, probably that.
All right, look at now, people. It says...
You want to look a bigger, right?
Beg your pardon?
You want it a little bigger, right?
Yeah, because I don't think they can read that. It says here, Haiti is about to get a new set of foreign boots on the ground. Oh, man. I think you're gone too big now.
Scroll up now.
Oh, all right, hold on. All right, Haiti is about to get a new, thank you, to get a new set of foreign boots on the ground. The goal sounds simple. Fight the gangs. Gang them are fighting them that have brought life to a standstill. So we are talking about, they must say, they don't make it seem like it's a civil war or going. They just make it seem like it's gang warfare. All right. It says, but the violence-racked nation has been here before, and Haitians could be forgiven for wondering whether the outcome this time will be any different. The latest initiative, a UN, this time is not US. Key difference. The latest initiative, a UN-backed multinational effort to be known as a gang suppression force, but another name now, will in April next week take over from where its Kenyan-led predecessor, the multinational security support, left off. So first it was the multinational security support, backed primarily by countries. Now, they have something called the Gang Suppression Force, which will be backed by the UN. Look at this. While the year-long Kenyan-led mission ended in what was widely perceived as a failure last year, it is hoped that this time around the force will benefit from a five-fold increase in the number of troops committed to an expected 5,500 and what U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz has called a strengthened mandate to go after gangs. It is also hoped that the new force will benefit from the UN-backed logistical support through our UN support office in Haiti and largely, listen to this, and largely avoid the funding shortfalls of its predecessor, which relied almost entirely on voluntary financial contributions from member states. That's it. The U.S. government, which was the biggest contributor, I believe, said, no, we're not going to spend our money there. So now the UN, so that program ended. The UN is now saying next month we're going to fund this new effort to fight gangs. And we are going to fund it because the funding that the US promised and Canada and wherever, France, we didn't get the money. So our mercenaries, we had to send our mercenaries back home. Right? The 90-something million with them take on a spend for salaries. Why the Prime Minister never wait and say, we could use the money and go and fund the effort in Haiti? Why? Because they may expect money to come from a source outside of Jamaica. Look at this. However, questions remain over its makeup and funding. Who will go? While the GSF will be overseen by a standing group of partners that includes the US, Canada, El Salvador, Guatemala, Jamaica, Kenya, and the Bahamas, whether these countries themselves will be sending troops, and if so, how many, remains unclear. Well, I can tell you now, if money there, Jamaica is going. If money is there, Jamaica is going. If no money is, if the money maga, Jamaica might not go. Jamaica might say, well, we just want to oversee it. Well, how are you going to oversee it? How? And how will it be compensated for this overseer role? How? Ubuntu for real, isn't the UN run by the USA? It's a good question. Because if you listen to the Trump administration, they're saying that the UN is useless. So I remember they were complaining that people weren't paying because it's a collective. They're saying that people weren't paying their dues and that the UN was shouldering most of the financial burden. So it's a good question. I don't know the answer. But here it is. So we don't know if our people will go, but I can tell you one thing. The government is treating our people like mercenaries. If money there, yes, send them. What them should I do? By the way, Kevin, you know what them should I do? Them should look at all of the politicians and say, wait a minute, how many of you have relatives in the military? And we need to send them as well. We don't need to oversee the effort from Jamaica. We need them to be on the ground. We need them there. No, make we move on with the Haiti one. And for that one, we call it in, out, and then we have in with a question mark. Are we going in? It sounds like I shouldn't say it like that because it sounds away, in, out, and then we're going in again. So, but if there's benefit to be gained, financial, they will be in again. Trust me. But Jamaica, the Jamaica foreign policy and the Jamaica Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, pitiful. They don't have a backbone. They don't know how to negotiate. They don't know how to strategize. It's run by a bunch of rank amateurs. No, is everyone an amateur? No. They have some eminently qualified people in that ministry. but they're not making the decisions. They're not. They're not. So, Kevin, I think what we should do now is just deal with this. Deal with this Rosalie Hamilton thing. I think we should deal with it.
Yeah,
and by the way,
until Devon come.
No, because we don't know. We don't want to wait and then him not show up at 6 o'clock. No. So
Yeah, we do wait until he comes because he's in a traffic situation.
All right, so we could just go on then. By the way, people, I should have played this video for the Prime Minister when he talked about don't want the salary. Said he didn't want the salary and he took the salary, took the significant raise. And then when he said, I'm going to give you 18,500, and then he said, no, in the budget, we're giving you 17,000. This would be appropriate. It's still appropriate. Here it is.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
So you hear the minister lied, and then you hear did the minister lie? You hear an affirmative statement and you hear a question. They're both appropriate. Because, listen, you can't call it broken promises. You have to call it a lie. He lied when he said, I'm going to give you 18,500. And remember what Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, who's in charge of information, remember, and she's in charge of information as well as the Ministry of Education. Remember what she said? People are out there spreading misinformation, disinformation, and those are fancy words for lies. So Donna Whitaker say, yes, he did.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
Yes. 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 So we get tricked again. We get tricked again because we're passengers in our own vehicle. We're not drivers. We let somebody else drive the thing for us. Right? And they're driving and they're taking us all along the scenic road. We want to get from A to B and them taking us from A to Z and X and Y and taking us on the scene. And we say, no, we just want to go from A to B. We just want a livable wage. And then we get all kinds of story. But mark my words, how did you think the Prime Minister went from 16 to 17 as opposed to 16 to 18,500 as promised? He just didn't wake up and say that. People spoke to him, the business people, the fuel for the economy. They said to him, you better, yes, you made a promise, we'll warn you about it, but you cannot keep this promise because it is going to be destruction. You cannot give them 18, you cannot give them 2,500 people. We're joined by none other than the distinguished Dr. Devon Taylor. And, you know, we want to get to this thing, but I don't know if we'll get to my lady. And we have so much things. But here's what happened. Before we bring on Dr. Taylor, let me just run a couple of things. Let me just show you a couple of things here. We have a video film here. Where video there? Where video there, Kevin? Where it is, Rosalie. Where is it?
The Job M one.
What was that?
The Job M video.
No, I'm looking for it right now. Hold on.
It should be there on J, where the Job M is.
Yeah, I'm looking for Job M. Yeah. Kamina is there. Oh, here it is. All right, folks. I want to take a look at this. But, you know, we won't get to the bus today. I can tell you that. We're hoping to get to Rosalie. We may not get to Rosalie either. We may have to do this program tomorrow or Wednesday. But take a look at this. With the bus, take a look at this. This is Mr. Whitney's funeral. I want to show you a clip of somebody that you recognize.
I am strong
Look.
when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up.
Wait for it, people. Wait for it.
You raise me up. You raise me up to more than I.
See that? See that? Hot o'clock I go reach him, you know. Him know. Him know him I say, God do. No make them find out not more about the buses. No make Rattigan and the leader of the opposition and the rest of people, them don't make them influencer for open up an investigation against me. Please, me I beg you. I beg you. See him right there, so, you know. See him right there, so. I just want to left it right there, so. Here is the video now with our dear brother. I speak out about the policies. Here it is.
Only vanity and no
You that
The rich is getting richer every day.
That strike, so I'll remove that. And then I just want to show you something now, folks. Where's the article? Hold on, the standing order, what's it like? That one, list of political parties. See it, JPS one.
In beaches.
Beach. What beach? Kevin? Beach. Me no say beach. Fertilizer.
With our nether glasses.
Beaches. Okay. All right. Let's see it. Right. That's all. Hold on. I'm gonna stop this. Beach. Pick up Donovan Williams. Beaches. All right. I just want to put this up on the stage. Then move this. And then I just want to bring on our brethren. Devon, welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, man, give thanks. Good to be here, you know?
All right, brother. Listen, I was doing a little bit of search and I came across this policy. And I want you to tell me how much different is this policy from the one that was submitted to Parliament. I think it was this week. This is the beach access and management policy for Jamaica. And if you look right here, it says March 2018, but it was revised in March 2020. How much different? First of all, are you familiar with this? I'm sure you are. But how much different is this document from the one that was submitted to Parliament this week?
Yeah, they are not different documents. They're pretty much consistent in the way that they have not really given Jamaican fundamental rights. So in the 2018 policy, it stated also that Jamaicans would have conditional rights, rights that has to be qualified before you could access the beach. So that is not rights.
Stop it right here. Hold it for a second. Let me just run through some things that I saw in this document. I've scanned it, and these are some of the points that, and I didn't go through the whole thing. The first thing, people, is that if you ask, again, this is education, people. When you ask people, do you know what the foreshore is? Because the Beach Control Act and all of the other acts, and they talk about a foreshore. Foreshore. Remember, we used to say Foreshore Road, which is Marcus Garvey Drive, and that is my concept of foreshore, a place where get flooded, Marcus Garvey Drive. But that's a definition. It's a portion of land adjacent to the sea that lies between the ordinary high and low water marks, being alternately covered and uncovered as the tide ebbs and flows. That is the wet sand or gravel area. Now, when you read that, it sounds like gobbledygook. So I'm going to show you actually what the foreshore is. And they have a description of public beach, bathing beach, fishing beach. Here it is right here. You say Hold on, I can't draw up on this. Hold on there. All right. You see this? All of this right also? All of this also? This are the foreshore. When it's a beach at the sandy area, right? This are the foreshore. See what I'm saying? See this right here? Foreshore. This area where you walk on the beach, right? That's at the foreshore, right? And them say, how do you define the foreshore? It's between the low water mark, which is follow the black arrow, you see it right here, and it's the high water mark, right? The high water mark is this sandy area right here. This area right here.
So basically, is where the water returns to the ocean during high and low tide.
Right. And then you have the back shore, which is this area right here. All of this area right here. So when you hear Dr. Devon Taylor talk about the foreshore people, it's different from the floor of the sea. It's different from the back shore. And it is between the low water mark and the high water mark. I hope you understand this, because I was getting the impression that some of us, we weren't sure of the definition of this word foreshore. That's it. And then we have to have some other things here that I look at this, and the policy was taking into account scenarios. And the scenarios, it says cases in which a private person owns land extending to the high water mark. Cases in which a private, look at 2 cases in which a private person owns. 3 cases in which a private person purports to own beyond the foreshore and into the water column and the floor of the sea. And that is one of the things that Dr. Taylor was found contentious, because him said, listen, them a build into the water now, and it affect environmental it's a matter of environmental concern for us. And let me see what else. I had a couple of things that look at this. They said that the main concern has to do with unavailability of access points to facilitate physical access by the public to the beach. And they're going to increase the number of public beaches. They're going to talk about the type of beaches to be made available to the public. They're going to prohibit, look at that. One of the things you're looking at, prohibiting the sale of public beaches unless approved by cabinet. Unless approved by cabinet. So when you see beaches sell out, it's not one person we're supposed to talk about. It's the whole cabinet, the whole kit and caboodle, the whole of them, the conspirators, just like the school bus. Darrell Vaz did not pick up that money from Minister Fairval Williams in a briefcase and send it come America and buy buses. It was approved, and he said it. It was approved by the PAC, and it was approved. I think it was the PAC. It was approved by a body and the cabinet. Don't forget that part. So he's the one responsible for this. So when you think Darrell Vaz alone a thief the money, or might say, well, Darrell Vaz thief the money, or Darrell Vaz do this, or Darrell. No. That expenditure was approved by the cabinet. The procurement body, he said the procurement body approved it, and then it went to the cabinet. So if we're going to be honest about decrying this whole arrangement, if we're going to do that, and by the way, let me just say that I am going to kind of reserve my judgment about whether the money was stolen or not, because guess what? One of my heroines is looking into this matter, the Auditor General, and them can't buy her out. She's going to come with a true, honest, thorough report, and it will be laid bare for all to see. So let's hold off on the thieving thing until we see that. But in the meantime, just know that this expenditure was approved by the cabinet. Remember that. And let me say, before I bring in my brethren, I said Jamaica's bathing beaches are preserved and well managed for present and future generations. The vision of the policy, yeah. and provision is made for adequate access to these beaches for the enjoyment of Jamaicans and visitors alike. But you must keep in mind, it's not all beaches I'm talk about. And how we know that? Let me show you something here. Oh, where there, Kevin? Where beach there? We have a filer with beach, Which part is there? This Ed Bartlett, JABM reject beach policy. All right.
The cartoon?
No, we'll get to the cartoon just before we bring our virgin. Take a look at this, people. The Caribbean island where locals cannot access the beach. I mean, I know one Jamaican write this. Labor with Lily Germa. The question
is, which news entity put out this article? Look at the URL.
BBC.
Correct.
BBC. Big up all of my brethren them and all of my sisters them and all of the supporters in the UK. Big up on yourself because it's late right now and it's still there. We are watch what go on. But look at this. The Caribbean island where locals can't access the beach. And I'm just going to read it a little bit tight because I know Devon itch will come on. It says, famous for its white sand and gin-colored waters, Jamaica is a quintessential Caribbean beach destination. But less than 1% of the island coastline is accessible to residents. See keyword, residents. So what they say is that tourists can come and get 99%, Jamaica will get 1%. And it says, on a road trip across Jamaica's northern coast back in 2014, I stopped for lunch at Mammy Bay Beach. The broad sweep of white sand lining and iridescent turquoise-colored sea stopped me in my tracks, but it was the local scene that I recall the most. Fishermen's boats docked after a day's work and children playing in the sand. So everything was fine in 2014. Look at 2020 now. In 2020, that same sandy stretch was sold to a private developer by whom? The cabinet, to become a multi-million-dollar luxury resort and residential development. A cement wall went up and the beach was closed to the locals. Fishermen living in the nearby community of Steertown were suddenly cut off from the waters where they had launched boats for generations. Access to the popular local swimming hole, the Roaring River, was also blocked when the government sold the surrounding land to the China Harbor Engineering Company to build private residences. And those of you who have been with us, you remember we did a segment on that and we showed you the documentation. How can you use a beach or a river for hundreds of years and within a matter of days you no longer have access to it? Said Devon Taylor, co-founder of the grassroots organization of Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. Enough said. He's here with us. We could just move this article here and just put him right in the spotlight. And there you are, my brother. We won't say where you are and our business. We just want to know what you have to say to us.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot of noise now. And we have to separate the noise and let the truth come forward, right? So we see over the last 3 years, JABM have been saying all these things, that we don't have no access to the beaches, and we represent the grassroots people, of course, the people across the country, Jamaicans who come back from abroad. Everybody is saying the same thing. What we have seen this week is that the government admitted it in Parliament, right? And I think that was a very profound acknowledgement by the Jamaican government that the people of the country are saying that we don't have enough access, and the government is agreeing. The government also, in their statement, said that the Beach Control Act will have to be replaced. Something has been saying for the last 3.5 years, and they tried to fight us hard on it. Now they realize that it must be replaced. So all that we have been saying, right, and public calling out, bawling out since the early 50s that we don't really have, access. We've been pushed out, locked out, right? Now them finally acknowledge it, right? Now, we commend the government for that, right? But that's where the solution stop with the government. And that's where we break, directions with them. And that's where we fall out of agreement, is how they're proposing to change this. Their proposal, right, will not break from the colonial structure and ordering, right, of the coastline. For one, the government sees beach access as a planning issue. Clearly, the Prime Minister says that the beach access is a planning issue, not an environment one, with ecological, right? Not one that is rooted in just the rights of the space to be what it is, a beach, a river, a lagoon, a cay. He did not see it as any kind of ecological, functional space that actually protect, us against the impact of climate change necessary to preserve, ecosystem and biodiversity, which we know that if biodiversity start failing in our country, that is the death of a nation. It was presented as a planning issue, and we break with him. Beach is not a planning issue. Beach is a ecological issue, right? And beach is also our culture, our way of life is tied. So the social, cultural is linked to the space and the environment. That's basically what it is. And we actually don't agree with the government that beach access is a planning issue, right? Now, we've broken with the government in several key areas. And you actually put those up on the screen, right? So the Beach Control Act states that, 1956, no one have any right in or over the foreshore of the floor of the island, right? Except to pass over for navigation. Now, that actually ripped Jamaicans of any inherent rights to the foreshore. Now, I would say Jamaicans have always have customary right to the foreshore, because customary rights are habitual use of the space, and we've been using it for generation and generation. So many things, not only just bathing and recreation, but also fishing, and we use it for spirituality, we use it for honor our dead, we use it for, gathering food. I mean, we've used it for an abundance of things that links to the Jamaican way of life. And through those habitual uses, post-emancipation or even during the era of enslavement, when we could still, have a time where we could go to the beach, or some plantations were on the beach, the descendants of enslaved Africans were using these spaces. So we have developed customary or common law rights. So when even the act itself saying we have no right, we do have right. And this is why we are using the Prescription Act of 1882, right, to actually prove in court that we've been using these spaces customarily, under the common law structure of Jamaica. But the government does not really recognize that, and it kept all the rights, in or over the foreshore to be enshrined in the Crown, which is the Crown Estate. And technically, the Crown Estate should be a trust held for the people, but the government don't see it that way. The government see these crown lands, right, as what beaches are, the foreshore, right, floor of the sea, as belonging to them, that them do what they want to do with it. And that is, grossly incorrect. While they're applying, their, control over the space, we know we have common law rights. But the issues here, and we list 8 of these issues, where we would have liked to see a beach control policy that says Jamaicans have fundamental and unfettered rights to the foreshore. The government said, no, you will only get qualified rights that we grant you. And these rights are going to be based on a license. So they're shifting the entire, coastline on a licensing regime. And here's the crazy part of this. The NRCA, right, would be in charge of the terms and conditions of granting a license to a developer, a hotel, a guest house. But the rules of the license that would allow you to access the beach under this qualified distinction are set by the hotels, by the guest house, by the villa. These are not set by elected official, not set by the government, not set by the people, right? Not that we think we would support qualified rights, but they are allowing the hotels and the guest house to determine these qualified rights. And they listed some of these examples. They're going to be how many people can go on the beach, right? They're going to talk about what you could do on the beach. right? Your behavior on the beach, right? And they're talking about how you dispose waste on the beach, right? Now, when you look at face value here, you know, you would say, I mean, in particular, the one about waste, that's innocent and we should all obey that. Of course. But what they have done, they went for all the tools that colonial England used to control black people during the time of enslavement. We can't gather in numbers. We can't, you know, behave certain way, right? We can't actually, I mean, how many of us, you know, should be there, right? So it uses the worst form, right, of ways of which they would control people to say, we're bringing back those mechanisms, those rules in space for you to actually be able to access a beach. So qualified rights don't work. They're conditional. They're rights by permission. They're not inconsistent with, you know, this kind of Jamaica that we are living in right now, right? So we rubbish that and we say abolish qualified rights. Then they come in and said, well, we'll be able to sell beaches, basically alienating, transferring the rights, everything to a developer, a hotelier, a villa, to a private individual, to a capitalist. We are able to do this. They say, well, there are going to be some strict conditions, but the active language there is may. We may follow these rules or we may not. While there's a level of consultation with community, you know, government always supersede community's interests, always. So this is another, I guess, you know, escalation of colonial logic, right? Consistent with, you know, the practices of how colonial England run Jamaica, being able to alienate you, sell land, dispossess you from land that you have been using, take away all your rights. We say rubbish the selling of beach and abolish that, right? Then they move into the category saying overwater bungalow license. What does this really mean? We talk about Jamaica 494 miles around the country. We talk about 150 miles of it is about sandy. So most of the coastline is really rocky. So we're running out of beaches in Jamaica. So they determine now, well, start build, you know, hotels in the sea and start using the sea. What does this entail? It's one of the most ecologically disruptive or destructive practice right now. Okay, it's right. Grass beds, you're removing mangroves, you're blocking fishing channels, you're doing all these, you're blocking the amount of light that reaches the floor of the sea, you're taking out habitats, right? All of these. And actually the government have a guideline policy around this. And all those overwater structures or bungalow break all the guidelines, but yet still never entertain them. So that's an escalation of the enclosure of the sea, transferring sovereign water that belongs to the people to a private individual to make profit off it. Now think about that. You're transferring acres of the sea to a private entity, give them a 25-year lease, and nobody else in the country now can access that. Fishing ground gone, mangroves gone, grass bed gone. All day, I mean, they're looking at one right now. Sandals is have a proposal in to build an overwater bungalow in Flanker, Providence Beach. And we have sent in rebuttals to this document, right? We had a second round of rebuttals that was sent in. And we are complaining about all that is going to be done, the arm to blocking the channel. There are these long spine urchins that live on the seafloor in that area. They're considered endangered, and they're going to be moving those. You don't move endangered species. So this is kind of what it's doing. Grass beds are important to maintain the integrity of the shoreline, keep the sand in space. They're going to take out just, I mean, I think it's what, 9,600 square meters of grass bed. I mean, that's just madness. So overwater bungalow are the ecological arm, but it's also having the transfer of the sea to a private person. And that comes under the Beach Control Act. We say rubbish that, abolish that. We're not in for that. Kevin, then come one of the most dangerous practice now that Jamaica is employing. It's called creation of artificial beaches. And how are they planning to do this, Kevin?
artificial beaches.
Yes. They are going to, you know, like when you go stand up on a piece of rock and throw your line off and catch 2 fish or sit down there and hold a meditation, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those rock face guards against those high energy coastline where the sea is just rough and coming in and, you know what I mean, create that boundary between saltwater interface and fresh water on the land. They're going to take those out, rip them out, drill them out, dredge them out, and create rock pools. So they're creating land out of water, right? And they're going to make them divestable. So once a hotelier, a private villa create that land belongs to them. You know, Jamaicans have no right to it at all. Okay? So that's what they're going to do in the artificial beach. They rip it all out, destroy the very rock face that is supposed to protect the integrity of the land in an era of climate change, right? They're taking it out. That already started. I should have sent you some pictures to show you, but that has already started. Okay? So those things they are doing, right? And then there are the others on the page, right? About, you know, I mean, if you put the image back up, right, where they're talking about, you know, fishing beaches in Jamaica are very important spaces. Well, let's talk about this. Let's finish off with the commercial component, the hotel beaches. They're saying that, well, if you want to go on those beaches, you're going to have to pay a fee to use the hotel beaches. Hotel beaches, where in the legislation, it means hotel-owned beaches. Hotel don't own any beaches. The beaches are owned and vested in the crown. So why is it that it's public property and I have to be paying a hotel to use public property? Right? So I am paying you something, you know, really selling back the access to me when it belongs to me in the first place. So we can't agree to that. No other Caribbean country does that. The policy, I like 5 other Caribbean countries: Barbados, St. Kitts, Antigua, Cayman, Bahamas, I think, St. Lucia. None of these countries, which are, you know, similar plantation economy, you know, we all come out of the whole madness and trauma and genocide of slavery, right? None of those spaces, countries allow for that to happen there. Jamaica wants to do that. Then they did something else. They enshrine inherent rights to property owners that are up against the foreshore, telling you that when you are on the foreshore, walking on that wet sand, before some owner of a piece of land there, you must behave yourself. Can't make no noise. Tread carefully. Respect those people.
If you get to walk there at all.
If you can't walk there at all. Right? So these are the things that it does. We say, rubbish that, abolish hotel beaches pass, abolish coastal property owners' entrenchment and inherent, you know, I mean, rights to these spaces. And then they touch the whole fishing beach thing. Fishing beach are common use spaces that even the Beach Control Act of 1956 recognized, you know, fisher folks with exceptional right to the foreshore, customary use to the foreshore. You can't take a customary use to the foreshore and then put it under a licensing regime. You are nullifying the common law, you know, protection that fishing beaches have when you put it on a licensing regime, because now you make it licensable, can be transferred. So I know sometimes my fishing brothers and sisters don't understand the danger, right, of commercial licensing regimes to run fishing beaches in Jamaica. You would have now nullified the prescriptive protection that even the Beach Control Act gave to fishing beaches. We say rubbish that, abolish it. And then the prescription amendments, which the Prescription Act already allow for, you know, to write on land titles that, you know, the public have a right to a track or a roadway. So we think the Prescriptive Act suggestion to amendment needs some more scrutiny. Right? And so we don't really want them touch the Prescription Act until we have a full legal understanding as the ramification of any amendment to the Prescription Act. We're still studying one component that may further lead to deeper exclusion and corruption of it, right? And the big thing, the policy call for what? New beaches new access, more access. That's what everybody has said. More access, more access. More I'm going to keep fishing. More on all of this. This policy created no new beach access, meaning that it opens up no new government land, right, to beach access, no new easement. None of it is open up because all of the 67 beaches that were at the end of this policy, Jamaicans have already access to them. All the 12 or 10 beaches that they're projecting, that they're going to titivate up, convert into parks, we already have access to them. What we don't have access to are the hotel beaches. What we don't have access to are the beaches before the lands that UDC shut down and are currently selling, such as Laughing Water, that was recently sold to the Chinese, and they're building it up right now. I could drive around here right now and show you the wall that's going up across Laughing Water Beach. And the government, listen, this is very serious and dangerous, you know. And while we don't have that kind of a power, I would ask the opposition to ask a question. Why is Laughing Water, which is owned by the UDC, has been transferred to the Chinese Harbour Engineering Company for privatization? Why is that happening? We are asking the question, but we are not in Parliament to seek or move some kind of motion in the House to really open this up for some kind of fullness of reasoning, because I don't know why it's happening. They took Brownlow Beach and they transferred about 29 acres of land to Chinese Harbour Corporation. The government is saying that we're giving you new access. I mean, Ardra Cafe was transferred from UDC to them. The properties done by Success, where they're going to build the Moon Palace Tower, transferred by UDC. Me not understand what them guys here talk about, but them not open up no new beaches. Why them lock you out of Mammy Bay, lock you out of Old Fort Bay? Why them fighting us in Blue Lagoon? Why do we have 5 cases in the court in Jamaica? Providence Beach, Bob Marley Beach, Mammy Bay Beach, Little Duns River and the Blue Lagoon. And I'm talking about new access. Sansan Beach, which is part of the National Monument in Portland. Okay? They could open that beach. That would open up maybe 400, 500 feet and new beaches to the public. They could do these things, but they have not done them. They're talking about them create beach access down in Cooper's Pen. For crying out loud, the community had maybe a mile of access until those 2 hotels, Rio and Royalton, comes into the being, and what do? Right? They took the beach lands at the fisherman them, and they moved the fisherman them to one side, and you should see the fishing beach that they said they create. So this policy failed in every respect, and that's why we are asking for is withdrawal and re-engagement of the Jamaican people. No Jamaicans want you to look at them and tell them that your right is qualified. No Jamaican wants their beaches to be sold. No Jamaicans want you to appropriate the sea, to sell off the sea to private interests. This is not even a matter of national security, right? This is an individual capitalist want to make more money for himself and his family and take the sea. You can't do that. You cannot transfer the wealth of the nation to one individual. And that's a fundamental problem. That is just injustice. You can't do it. You can't talk about now you're going to create artificial beach by taking away rock formation and protect the country. And then Jamaicans will have no right. The policy state, we will have no right to this artificial beach made out of destruction of the rock interface. That transitional state that has always protected and served, as a space of just liberation for Jamaican people. Now you convert it into property, hand it over to an individual, and we have no right. Leave the fishing beaches them alone. So all of these things are just blatantly wrong, should never be in any policy, should never be tabled in front of the Jamaican people. So we say withdraw it, abolish the whole thing, and make we have a reasoning and go to the drawing board again. And that's how we're there.
Let me show you something. Kevin, you want to talk about that? Because I have something I want to show.
Yes, I want to speak about this because when you listen to the Prime Minister's presentation in Parliament, the presentation is a big infrastructural development presentation that just lies on expanding the tourism economy. When you look around the island, there are probably around 22 new projects that are going to come on stream. Most of these projects are coastal projects. So GDP, as tourism is concerned right now, 30-35% of GDP come from the coastal economy, tourism, right? With this kind of budget, it's going to shift it to around 60 to 75%. So this is why, tourism is really the foundation of Jamaican economy, and it's based on the coastline, right? So this is why beach access is such an important thing, because it's not only a recreational thing, but it's an economic thing, right? It's a conservation thing. It's a national security thing, because all of these coastal land will be transferred to multinational corporation, right? To sovereign funds that are not Jamaican. So we're really looking at a similar situation to the Berlin conference, where them sit down and them carve up Jamaica. Because when the Prime Minister talk about moving, roads from the coastline 2 miles into open up new land for tourism investment, they're taking the entire town of Black River. That's what it's going to be, a lot of tourism infrastructure, contrary to what they may say. They're moving the road back from Copewell, knocking out, another 2 miles off the coast, open up those lands. In Montego Bay, they're going to transform that entire waterfront into what they call the Bricknell of Jamaica. The whole Freeport over there is going to be remodeled, right? They're talking about moving the town of Falmouth, taking everything out of it, building it into, of course, some kind of tourism mecca, right? And they're going into Portland and opening up all these things. So what you really see is now the budget had to present a beach policy that had to make sure beach laws were favorable to investors, right? Because investors want to know, if they come to Jamaica and invest, that their investment is going to be protected. And that is why the beach policy, one of the reasons, was kept in a colonial architecture way, as it was before, because it was also based on licensing and also based on the minister's decisions were final and were unchallengeable in court. Now the government is trying to set this thing up like that. So all of the other, things that they put in there that were moving in the right direction were not sufficient to offset. They talk about, conservations and protect beaches where, hatching turtles were on. They rip Bahia Principal out. They're still building on properties in Treasure Beach. They build them on them. You have Golden Eye that sits in a Rockabessa. All of these places are tourists. Where turtles hatch, them still are built on them. So we're not serious about conservation. They're talking about all government-owned coastal property. They will transfer, I think it is 30 meters of the coastline into a trust for the Jamaican people that allowing access. So what? Most of the coastline right now is controlled by foreigner that Jamaicans won't touch them. You have to use your tools and your laws, man. You have Land Acquisition Act of 1947 that you're going to use with your new NARA bill to take the whole town of Black River, take Lucie, take Falmouth, and why you can't use them to take beaches for Jamaican people. That show you where your heart lies. They have the tools to do so. They're just not using the tools to help the Jamaican people. And that's why his budget was presented around a beach policy that was favorable to, quote unquote, the new colonizer them who are coming to Jamaica, right? Because the tourism industry crowd out everything else, not giving anything else to really thrive. And we see what happened in COVID, we see what happened in Melissa. So we are excluding Jamaicans, and we not even talk about the exploitation of tourism workers that are going to staff this industry, further kept us in low-paying job, working for nothing, exploited, that all of it come together, as I said, similar to how them carve up Africa in the Berlin conference. I saw them carve up Jamaica for more plantation tourism.
Listen, let me just jump in here because we're pressed for time, Kevin. But you mentioned something, Devon. You mentioned something about the more create beaches, right? I want to show you something. Take a look at this. This happened a while back, but it probably still going on or probably will happen in the future. Look at this. Jamaican police left stranded after thieves steal a beach. Want to remember this, people? In 2008? Mm-hmm. There it is. Thieves in Jamaica have embarrassed police and triggered a political row by stealing a beach and making a clean getaway. Hundreds of tons of white sand vanished from a planned resort on the island's north coast in July, but 3 months later, there's no sign of suspects nor sand. An estimated 500 truckloads of sand were removed from the Coral Spring Beach in Trelawney and were believed to have been sold to rival resorts, a hefty logistical feat which has stumped police. How is this possible, people? And then I want to show one more thing before I bring back in Devon. Look at this. Devon, tell me what you think about this. This is Minister Matthew Samuda last year, May 29, 2025. Look at what he said. Look at the people. That's what I'm telling you. Just pay attention to what they say. You can't go wrong, you know. Just listen carefully to every word that they utter. And you can't go wrong. Look at this. Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Matthew Samuda, says hotel developments which are currently being approved are now required to put in place pathways providing citizens access to beaches that they previously used. You want to see what I'm going on? What JAMAICA talk about, you know, and what the whole we are talking about is access to all the beaches. And you hear him say, going forward, we're going to. What about the ones that exist already?
Exactly.
What about the ones that exist?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying at the sectoral debate, you know. And it says, during his contribution to the sectoral debate in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, Samuda highlighted a pathway which was required for a recent hotel development in Trelawney to facilitate citizens' access to the beach without infringing on private property rights. Let me move that. Let me ask you something, because you are the expert on this. Is this in the beach access, the presentation that is submitted to Parliament, that going forward all of these developments must have a pathway, and what and does the document refer to the existing conditions, saying what about those that have already that exist, those hotels and developments? Will we get a pathway to the beach?
No. The only way you get a pathway to the beach from existing is that you're going to have to pay, right? And they said they're going to encourage hotels, right, to bring in a pass system, right? So it's nothing going to be mandatory, right? They're going to encourage them, and they may involve in discussion to make sure it's affordable, right? But we're saying, Rattigan, with respect to that, Kevin, that those beaches are not owned by the hotels. The hotel have to pay a lease to use them, and the lease is up every year in March 31st. And if they don't renew them, they don't have rights to them. So we are saying that that belongs to us. So you can't ask us to pay to what we own, right? Now, as far as, yes, they stated in the policy that all new hotels should provide an easement. But here's the problem. They cited, in Trelawney. That's the Cooper's Bend Beach. Cooper's Bend people always have access to them beach. The problem is that the hotel go inside and kick them off. So when them go to no one and say, well, them have to go provide them a track. Brethren, the law already covers our common rights access to the beach. It's because the government have never protected the rights of the people. Why the hotel could handle this in the first place? Because when all of them hotel are built, we have tracks and pathway go there. So all the government has to say, and they're into it too inside here now, that they're going to conserve these pathways for the Jamaican people, which is what we are doing with the 5 cases in the court. So they're actually aligning with JABEM in that context, to say that those easement needs to be protected, right? But they're not going to do it because you know what? It was already in the Beach Control Act. Prescriptive rights was attached to the Beach Control Act for the government, through NRCA to protect them, and they never did. Now, I'm telling you, even the part that they create in Cooper's Bend is not protected under law because it should be written on the land title. A covenant should have written on the land title to say that this pathway allows the community to access the beach in perpetuity. It was not done. And if you see where it was, I could send you a picture of it. It's like the segregated pathway. And all the vendors, fisher folks who use that space, they have no land to operate off. They're on the back shore. They're basically on the dry sand, operating off the dry sand. So they are still dispossessed, while when they were at the right spot down there, they had part of the land of which they base their fishing operation. If there's a storm coming, the fishermen, them now know if they carry them boat go. Them now know to beach them boat and protect it from harm's way, because all they have down there is just a piece of the sand. So it's highly equitable and immoral, move with no protection in there. The man them are treated like we are second-class citizens and treating us with contempt, that we even raise our voice about this issue. Shut up and go sit down. We don't want to hear nothing from you. And we run this kind of thing. It's the boss man and the big man approach. You know, see a big people thing, this brethren. Take for yourself from yourself. We want them beat you to do what we want to do them. To make some money. Money have to make you so. Me not care. You are getting them away. Come out of my way. Fisherman go over there, so. Vendor go over there, so. I saw them style up the Jamaican people. When we know the emancipation wars that was fought and the rebellions were fought for what? To liberate bodies and liberate land. Land is only, independence is only attained through rights to land. And so this is fundamentally a land rights struggle. And we know that the issue around land was never settled even after emancipation and independence, because the political class really became the colonial class in Jamaica, who's holding hostage all of this land that them free to do what they want to do. And then them allow this whole capitalist thing to come into play fully, you know what I mean, displacing and dispossessing, disempowering the Jamaican people. So this little easement when I'm talking about is not protected under law. Only law, you know this better than me. A covenant written on land title, a piece of land that is extracted and set aside, put in trust for the Jamaican people, will give you rights to land, which will give you rights to access the sea, to use the beach. No, we want to go down to go wash. We want to do other things down there too. We want to go pray, and if we can sell to jelly too and make to carving too, we want to do that too. Right? And we want to protect the space ecologically, because Attila destroy it. Built on the seashore, they made an attempt in the policy to offer a setback, I think them say, about 26 to 100 feet wide. That means the hotel can build so close and build up here. It's not good enough. It's not strong enough. So this is why they have to come back to the people, man. Rattigan, they have to come back to the drawing board with the people at the center, brethren, and have a reasoning with we. Finally, make we have some self-determination around here. So finally, make we can determine what we want as a people. Don't just throw them things up on we like that.
All right, my brother. Listen, time is up against us, and here what happened. Right now, I know you take care of some personal things and all of that. And what happens is that this subject is so important because it cuts across socio-economic lines, political lines, religious lines. This is something that every Jamaican can attach themselves to. And it's important for us to educate our people, because a lot of us, we don't know about, we just say things that happen and we're being dispossessed and we just say, as to it go, because we don't know better. So we appreciate the knowledge, the passion.
I want you to put up our two events, this week and next week. We have a beach cleanup tomorrow in Manchineal. All right. And we ask people people who are in the area, or you want a look Sunday drive out, we are go up there till 5 o'clock on the beach. I work with the fishing community, working with recreational community, working with different groups in the space to clean up the space. Since Melissa, the place not really clean up, so we are going to assist these fisher folks, so we are invite people to come out tomorrow. Manchineal is on the eastern side of Portland, so you know what I mean? Just take a ride out and just come. We're going to have some reasoning too in the space about the need to protect ecosystem, how important ecosystems are, in terms of the preservation of our own lives. So, Irish Seafood and C&T Ready Fish, that are two independent owned businesses within the Manchineal Long Bay area, will be partnering with us on this. So come really check us out. And then next week, Saturday the 4th of April, Kevin, if you can put up the other flyer, we basically try engage the Jamaican people to say, watch out. The government present this policy that say only qualified rights you are dealing with. We want to say no to it. And we are saying that what it's attacking that we just went through, cancellation of your beach birthright, tell us say basically you don't have the right at the shore, sell the beaches them, evict you from the foreshore, trying to weaken the prescriptive act, and we need to understand it. And the rights, no rights to artificial beaches and privatization of the sea. It's a rally So it's not a march. We're going to be in one spot, just sitting there, reasoning, you know what I mean, talking to the community, but it open to the public right on the sidewalk in Miami Bay, right? I mean, just check us out on JABM site. We'll send you a link as to where, you know, exactly this space is. But, you know, that picture you say, you know, them say a picture paints, you know, a million words. We'll show you the recreational ones them at the top of the image. And what we'll show you down at the bottom there is the fishing beach in Westmoreland, and how fishing markets and beach are viable and still a way of life for many communities. Miami Bay Beach was one such space. It was a lively scene of fishing and recreation, and it was taken away from the community of Steertown, Airport, St. Anne's Bay, Davistown, Chalky Hill, you know what I mean, Pimenta Walk, Grove, all of these places, Lime Hall, St. Anne's Bay was ripped away from us. And we are in the courts right now. We are asking the public to come out, support the beach cleanup, support the rally for rights, and make we really set the tone so the government come back to the table to us and have a reason. So we get a policy that is in the best interest of not only the country, but also the environment.
All right, my brother. Look, want to thank you again. And I'll touch base with you because, like I said, this is an ongoing discourse. It's not something we talk one time. And evidence of this is your efforts and JABM's efforts, you know, in keeping this issue front and center for the Jamaican people. And so we applaud you and we support you. And look forward to our reasoning in the weekend, and we'll see if we can continue this conversation the following week or the week after. But it is something that we have to keep pressuring the government, because this government, they understand the 9-day wonder, you know. And they say, yeah, up on them can, but fine, forget about it. Make we eat our steak and thing and make them go and chat, because tomorrow it's forgotten.
Yeah, man.
My brethren, thank you. Professor, you have anything you answer to Devon before we cut and go to the last segment, huh?
The man, bring it, man. Excuse me. Thank you, Devon. We know lots going on with you, but this is also a lot that is going on with you, and it's important. And the more you come on this platform and present to us, you show us things, the more informed we are, the better able we are to take steps and make the right decisions. So
indeed.
Thank you for your efforts, and thank you for not giving up.
No,
when people know rallies, thank you for not giving up, because they're the same ones that will benefit in the long run.
Absolutely. All right. Give thanks. Blessings.
Bless up. You help everybody for me. Take care.
Yeah, man. We'll do. Blessings. Cool.
All right, cool. Folks, quite an interesting segment. You know, as always, you know, Dr. Taylor, him bring the goods, and him not bring it in a academic way. Not only, I should say, in an academic way, him bring it in a real way where people can understand. Him not just not talking about, you know, like up your so. Him don't also talk to the people and explain to them what go on in an everyday language. And part of that is because he's tied to this issue. Him come from Steertown, and him actually watch him community taken over by multinational corporations where they just kick them off of the beach with the permission of the Jamaican government. So give him big props. And by the way, again, if you live near Manchonila, if you just want to drive, go out there and support the thing. Please go out there and support the thing. And the second event as well. We're going to big up them event there. The second one, because one of them is tomorrow and the other one is sometime. Where's the second one again, Kevin?
Next week.
Next week, April 4th, right. So on Wednesday, we're going to talk about this one, yeah, and ask people to go out and support the effort. All right, here what we're going to know. We don't have much time. We have less than an hour. Everybody's been talking about this Rosalie Hamilton debacle with State Minister Donovan Williams. What we want to do is this. We want to show you something, and just people are focusing on the voice note and what was said, how it was said, and all of that. We are going to focus on that as well, but we want to do a little bit more than that. And I want to play something and see how many of you remember this situation.
I want you all to know that I have walked away from the Jamaica Labour Party. I've walked away from the KSAMC I won't be going down there to be sworn in. I have to protect my dignity. I have to protect my values. And I have to protect my family.
Let me tell you something, Northeast people. This really hurt me. I'm going to talk. You understand? Because I couldn't believe say any so that they do with this. You understand? Me couldn't believe say and all where Ennis are going to say disrespect on this. And just because Ennis not get deputy mayor again and Delroy get it. And if we say we are labor right, regardless of what, you not do your party this, and you not do your MP this, and you not do your constituency this, to care where you want to say. That means say you never have the Jamaica Labour Party 2020, and we are going to go down there, go sign as mayor. And one are going to be deputy, and one are going to be mayor. And two of them, the PMP, them are swearing, and you take the seat, and you give the blood clot PMP them.
I want to assure my fellow labor rights and all of my Jamaican brothers and sisters that I remain a committed member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Retracts.
All right.
Withdraw.
Let me stop it right there, sir. You see what happened? It was about a voting. I'm sure a lot of you remember this. This was back in 2023. And the councillor, the lady there, I think her name is Terry Long, she called out Mr. Ennis, who was on the board, and you hear what he said? He's leaving the JLP because of disrespect and this and that and that. And he was brought back into the fold. So when we hear Miss Rosalie Hamilton say these things, don't get too excited because a lot of things are at play. And also keep in mind that these are serious people. And these are highly competent people. They know what they're doing. She knows what she's doing. If you listen to the way the lady speaks, she's highly intelligent. She's not an idiot. She's not just coming out and just saying things like that. And by the way, remember that the voice note, based on what I'm hearing, was not intended for public consumption. It was done within the confines of a small group. And it come out. Somebody leaked it. I guess they're going to try and find out who leaked it. But that is what happened. So that's just a part of the background, that something like this happened already, where somebody came out in a voice note and berated another member of the party. Because in that case, the person wanted to leave and the person didn't want to support the party, didn't want to go down and vote. And so as a result of that, they were saying that the PNP would capture that seat. Second thing I want to talk to you about is this gentleman by the name of, and this is where we're doing it a little bit different. A gentleman by the name of Donovan St. Ledger Williams.
Big name.
Big name. St. Ledger, that's his middle name. He has been MP for Kingston Central since 2020, right? And then in 2025, he defeated Steve McGregor. And in same year, last year, 2025, he was appointed Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That's the ministry headed by one Pernell Charles Jr. Now, this Donovan St. Ledger Williams is the brother of Delroy Williams. You remember him? I think he was former mayor, right? Who's now an MP for Clarendon Central. So the two brothers won the elections. Now, there's so much to talk about him. But what we're going to do now is we're going to show you something. Prime Minister, is that where it is, Kevin? Yeah. Prime Minister. Is it this?
The very first one.
The very first one. All right, Maestro. I don't think... Yeah, you're right. Let me go down and see. All right. Now, people, how many of you remember this? It might seem like a long time ago. This. How many of you remember this? This is an integrity commission, well, a commission's report, or the commission's report on the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, right? Let me move this.
The commission with questionable integrity.
Yeah, there it is. Investigation report into the statutory declaration submitted by the Most Honorable Mr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, for the years 2019 to 2022. And again, see why I'm telling you that sometimes the commission is misleading, because if you look, when you read this report, it's more than 2019 to 2022. It actually goes back to when he first entered Parliament. You remember when he first entered Parliament, and the gentleman he ran against over at the Towile division, the Cockburn Pen and Compound, that area, the gentleman lost and filed a report, and then they said have a do-over, and when they did the do-over, the then candidate Andrew Holness lost, and then them go back again and do it over, and then he won. That's how he got that seat, right? We shouldn't forget that that's it. He got the seat under controversy, and it's still under controversy today as we speak.
As well as this seat.
Opposition candidate. The seat, yes. Now, what I want to show is this. I want to show you something. Let me show you something here. Let's go to page 20. Let me show you something. All right. Ooh. Page 20, request for appearance. Look at this. Don't do it in a green, so I can see. See this? Mr. Donovan Williams. CM Donovan Williams, company secretary of what? These three companies. Estate Bridge. This is a media company, and this is another development company. These three companies, what's interesting about these three companies? I don't know who involved in them three companies, yeah? Let me count. Hold on. One is Estate Bridge, one is Positive Media, and the other one is, what's the other one again? Imperium, yes.
Yeah.
So these three companies, Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. I don't know who are the principal in all of them companies there? Yes, Donna Whitaker. None other than the Prime Minister. Yes, Karen Anderson. And guess when them companies are formed? 2020. The same year that Donovan Williams won the election in Central Kingston. Ask yourself this. Why would the Prime Minister, what's the relationship between the Prime Minister and Donovan Williams? Why would the Prime Minister, so many people he could choose from to bring into his company, but he chose Donovan Williams, not for one company, not for two companies, three. All three of them that the Prime Minister, formed during COVID in 2020. That should make you want to go, the Prime Minister never used his father, never used his brother, never used his cousin, never used some of his friends from high school, from university, never used some of his closest friends. He used Donovan Williams. Why? Then, so in this investigation, the commission said to him, we want you to come and provide, here it is, they requested that he appear to provide witness statement concerning the nature of his association with the three businesses and provide information on the records. Because they're curious too. Them say, well, wait a minute, who's this Donovan Williams and how come he's involved with all of these three companies? And if you recall, one of the common denominators with these three companies is the presence of the Prime Minister. That's one. Here's another one. Nil taxes filed, even though they might make money. Nil taxes filed. So they said, well, Mr. Donovan Williams, since you are the secretary, we want you to come down and give us a statement and tell us, among other things, your association with these three businesses and provide information and records, right? So there is more here with him. We're going to highlight him. Here it is again. They got a letter from him that he said, I'm not coming on. They told him right here, January 22nd. See it right here in green? They said that you must come on the January 22nd. Right here, he said, I can't come on January 22nd, but I will give you a written submission. Right? Then they sent him a letter that the written statement must be submitted by the same date that he was supposed to appear, January 22nd. Right? And by the way, so the Prime Minister's sister, you know, we'll talk about she another time. She's a central figure in some of these transactions. Then, they're the first one in red. They got his statement on January 22nd. See? Receive statement right at the top of the screen. Receive witness statement dated January 22nd, 2024 from Mr. Donovan Williams, Member of Parliament and Company Secretary of Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. And look at what he did.
Media.
Look at what he did. He claimed legal privilege. See that so? He claimed legal privilege in relation to three of the questions asked of him. So Wema says that I don't have to tell him because I have a privilege between me, and there's a privilege between me and the company, and the privilege is mine. So I'm not going to answer some of the questions that you're asking me. Then it goes on. Hold on a second. So Miss Sijia Anderson again. Say her name up there, so. Then we'll go here. And where is it? So what did they do? Here, them serve him a summons. Tita? To appear. Them say, oh, you don't want to answer a question? Well, I guess what? Well, we'll give you a summons for you appear. Which is exactly what they should have done with the Prime Minister too. When they never want to give them information, they should have served him with a summons to comply with the request to provide information. They didn't do that. And then now, February 19th, 6 days later, received the letter dated February 16th, but they received it on the 19th. From Mr. Donovan Williams, him said, listen, I want a change of date to come before you, the commission. You see who I drive the train now? Because I'm have what? Backative. I'm backative. I'm the Prime Minister. So I'm a boss the commission around. He might tell them, say, no, my privilege and I'm not a time for now. Right? So then they sent him a letter on the 20th, the next day, rescheduling his judicial hearing to March 4th. You see, them people are not serious, you know, this commissioner, they're not serious. What them should do is when them serve him the summons, them say, if you don't appear on this date and you don't have a plausible excuse, you will be fined, or we consider this contempt. That is what them should have done. But no, them continue. Here it is. So on March 4th now, remember them tell him, come on March 4th. He appeared. And look at this. Him appear and say, my attorney was unable to attend. Here it is right here. More delay. So then them reschedule it to March 8th. And then them tell him, please, sir, please have all the documents with you at the hearing. And here's March 8th. He appeared. They didn't say if him appear with him lawyer, because he raised that 4 days prior. Say never have him lawyer. So he appeared and submitted. Look at this. He submitted some, not all. He submitted some of the company documents requested by the DI relating to the 3 companies. And here it is, March 12th. He submitted a witness statement with statement of accounts for Positive Media. And if you have followed the story, you remember that Positive Media is the company, the Prime Minister's company, that did business with a company down on Henderson Avenue in a Cockburn pen in the heart of the ghetto named Green Emerald. Right? And Green Emerald hired the Prime Minister's company to do PR work. Believe people no can't make this up. And then the Prime Minister's then Green Emerald pay the Prime Minister's company, and then the Prime Minister's company turn around and borrow almost 20 million from the ghetto company. Oh, no, can't make this up, people. And guess what? Who's affiliated? One of the affiliates of Green Emerald, according to the integrity to the commission's report, is one of the Prime Minister's brethren who involved in the Westcon investigation. That investigation was about when the Prime Minister was Minister of Education. And some contract went to this company, Westcon, and the principals in Westcon, they were affiliated with the Prime Minister, with the then Minister of Education. And because he referred them, or he provided some referral for them to get the contracts. And he said, hey, everybody do this. So I guess the defense in Jamaica is, if everybody do it, then nobody's guilty. What a defense. Then...
That's a winning defense.
That's a good defense, right?
Yeah, it worked.
Right? And Kevin?
It worked. If it worked, then why we're not doing it? It worked.
Yeah. If nobody is doing it, then why you want me to do it? No. I'm not gonna do it. So I could say if you have anything more from him. Let me see. That's a barita. Who's this one here? Oh, that's Admat. All right, stay with me, people. We have more, you know. It's all about the Prime Minister. With cluing upon him name. All right, I think that's it. All right, now, what we are going to do now, we are going to 5.8.35. So we do homework around here, no people.
You're going to do it.
Homework around here.
You're going in the wrong direction. Not 3.5, you said?
Yeah, 5.8.35.
Oh.
All right, it should be somewhere here. All right, close. 3.5. 3.9, 3.8.
Almost there.
3.5. Look here. An examination of the audited financial statements provided by Mr. Holness and Imperium auditors for 2021 indicates that the ownership of residential property of undepreciated value 86 million. And they say a similar representation was made by the reference auditors in Imperium's audited financial statements for 2022. The audited financial statements provided to the DI by Imperium's company secretary, Mr. Donovan Williams, also had a similar indication in respect of the property in question. They had a problem. The commission had a problem with this, you know. And you can say the collusion. Them say, well, the same things and where the auditors come with, Donovan Williams come with all of that. No, let me go back up and say something. Let's go to, 35. Let's go to 113. Let's go to 113. Time the pound we not Kevin. 113.
People here waiting for the experience at 10 o'clock tonight.
9, 11, 12, 13. All right, 113. All right, Sita, the evidence received from the company secretary, Mr. Donovan Williams, indicates that the two properties at Stony Brook Manor were acquired using a loan of 25 million from NCBCM. And them said the commission, the Integrity Commission, is in possession of evidentiary material from the duly authorized office at NCBCM, which shows that Estate Bridge secured a loan of 25 million from that entity on December 24 for business purposes. And the bank showed that 25 million was deposited, after which 2 payments were made to blah, 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 blah. The properties were transferred. So they quote a 25 million, then pay this company called Chemtech, and then Chemtech transferred the properties they develop the Stonebrook Manor property, they develop one property, and then them turn it over back to the Prime Minister's company. So you see, when I try to show is Donovan Williams is involved in all of this, you know. He was not bystander. What number is that? 113. We have two more, 125. 125. All right, here it is. The management account statement of comprehensive income for Positive Media. Let me take off this radio so I can see what we are dealing with. Here it is. But like yours, Kevin, provided by Mr. Holness, and here it is. And the company secretary, Mr. Donovan Williams, indicated that Positive Media earned 20 million. Look at this sentence right here, last sentence. This is also at odds with the filing of a nil tax return for 2021. The company the company, Donovan Williams. Donovan Williams and the Prime Minister provided information to the commission saying that Positive Media, the Prime Minister's company, earned 20 million from projects, events, and media management for the year ending December 2021. But then them file nil taxes. So we don't make no money. Look at that. Donovan Williams again. We have one more to go. 128. See it right there, so? Mr. Owens, in his explanation to the DIX, described the amounts transferred from Positive Media to Imperium. So, Positive Media transferred funds to another company owned by the Prime Minister called Imperium. And them say these are short-term loans and advances. And it says that these loans are captured in the financial statements under the headings investments in related companies. And them say references made to Table 5, which is a summary from the financial statements received from the auditors of Imperium. Look at this, which does not reflect any lending arrangement between Imperium and Positive Media. So them said, no, the money where we are give from Positive Media to Imperium, short-term loans, man, and things. And then them look on the financial records and say, but we don't see that. Look at this.
Them are rinse the money.
Look at this. Likewise, the statement of financial position for 2021 for Positive Media, that's the media company owned by the Prime Minister, provided to the commission. That's the right name. You see them call themselves the commission. Them not call themselves Integrity Commission. So no can't fault me if me call them. Let me big it up so people see. See it right there. So if me call them commission, nobody shouldn't be upset. See it right here. Let me put it in a red. Let me put it in a red there, Kevin. Hold on there.
No, just add yellow to it.
Don't put it in a red. I can't believe me actually see this. See it right there, so? The commission. See it right there, so? So when we call them commission, nobody will get upset. All right? So here's what them say now. Them say, in addition to the fact that this loan arrangement we're not talking about, we don't see any record of it. Them say, which does not reflect any lending arrangement. Them say, for Positive Media, look at this. Them say, it's a references made to Table 5, which does not reflect any. All right. Likewise, so we don't have any information regarding this short-term loan agreement. Them say, likewise, the statement of financial position for 2021 for Positive Media provided to the commission by Mr. Holness and, see me again, Company Secretary Mr. Donovan Williams, did not NOT show that Positive Media provided I was owed any short-term loans or advances. I hit that, my people. I hit that. We don't have to go no further. So now what we are going to do now, we're going to jump on now and we are going to, remember me telling you, so we are coming from a different angle. So we show now the one with Innis and Terrell and all the voice note and what happened over there. So now we come and we show you that we show you who Donovan is politically. We don't want to get in private life. And then now we are showing him. We have some more videos, but we won't be able to get you to show you those videos right now. Instead, what we're going to do, we're going to show you now this. And then we are going to analyze it. We are going to analyze it. We have so many of them. I don't know which one to start with, you know, Kev. All right, let's start with this one, yeah.
Attorneys representing Jamaica Labour Party Member of Parliament for Kingston Central, Donovan Williams, are threatening to take his councillor for the Raytown Division, Rosalie Hamilton, to court following a series of alleged defamatory statements that have been making the rounds on social media. Jamila Maitland has the details.
There's a rift between two JLP elected officials that could escalate in the next 48 hours. It comes following a cease and desist letter from lawyers representing Member of Parliament for Central Kingston Donovan Williams, issued to Councillor for the Raytown Division Rosalie Hamilton. In the letter dated March 24, Mr. Williams' legal team demanded that Ms. Hamilton remove any offending videos and voice notes on social media, issue a full apology to be published on said social media platforms, and to retract any false statements made and mitigate the damage caused by the alleged defamatory publications. The actions should be taken by Thursday. The letter said failure to do so could result in the matters being escalated to the Supreme Court. Rosalie Hamilton has been the councillor for the Raytown Division since 2003. She lost the division in 2012 but reclaimed it in 2016. She further cemented her presence in the division in the 2024 local government election. Ms. Hamilton later joined forces with Donovan Williams in 2020 when the JLP took the Kingston Central constituency out of the arms of the People's National Party. Mr. Williams repeated that win in 2025, again with Ms. Williams by his side. But now, it appears that there could be a face-off. TVJ News obtained audio recordings purported to be Ms. Hamilton promising to withhold her political support from Mr. Williams.
I stay in a Central Kingston. Me, I go campaign make you lose. So you, I forget rid of you. You, me, I forget rid of. Me not ask you that.
We also received this video from supporters of Mr. Williams.
One Donovan Williams, we now switch. One Mr. Williams upon the app.
As to what's causing the rift, TVJ News put the issue to chairman of the JLP's Communications Task Force, Senator Abka Fitz-Henley, but he declined to comment. Senator Fitz-Henley said the legal matter takes precedence. TVJ News tried reaching out to Councillor Rosalie Hamilton for a comment, but was unsuccessful. Jamila Maitland, TVJ News.
You're muted, Provost. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. You see, we have come from. Go ahead, Professor.
No. I was letting you know that you're muted.
We have come from some, we have go from so. So you see, remember what we start with, the Innis and Terry Long incident, right?
Yes.
Then we jump on to who is this Donovan Williams? And then we're going to show Donovan Williams in the Integrity Commission's report. And then what we do, we show that now him send a letter to this lady claiming that she defamed him and there are certain things that she must do within a certain time period. Now we are going to go in now and figure out what is it that about, what did she say that caused him to feel defamed? And let me see, I hope I the right one this will touch. Because one of them said part 2, at this point it never really matter. Let me just play that one now.
Me and Donovan never have a problem with it. I never tell Donovan say I ready now. Donovan just come in and start for me. I've been to the Jamaica Labour Party on more than one occasion and tell Donovan to leave me alone. Because me know say it's Juliet Olness set Donovan for me. Because she come to me with argument. Her husband spoke to me about something. The leader of the party spoke to me about something, and I told him I am not supporting it.
Jamaica. This story just explode again. More voice notes, more accusations. Goes all the way back to March 2020 when Donovan Williams entered the seat. She's saying from that moment, from there, him start fight me. Jamaica. This is sounding like a long-standing internal war now coming to the surface.
From 2020, Donovan come in at the seat. Donovan came in the seat from 2020, March. Donovan won the election this September. Donovan kept a meeting the January. Donovan thank everybody in the meeting and say him want tell Council Rosalie Hamilton that she can't spend him money because him want buy house and him not make me buy it all time. I got up and I asked Donovan if I ever discussed housing with him yet. Him say no. Him say, you have gunman, you know, and me have gunman too. And the
You hear the people? You hear that? No, what we're hearing now, is a first-hand account. This is not somebody who said Rosalie said. Or much respect, Miss Hamilton. Yeah, we keep treat people with respect. And by the way, anybody who knows this lady, tell her say she can call us, She can call us and we can talk, right? But this lady is a brave soul, very intelligent woman. As the conversation progresses, we'll throw some comments in. Time is up against us, but we'll throw some comments in. But you'll understand that this woman is not an idiot. But she also said some things that kind of implicate her. If I were advising her, I'd tell her, don't say them things. But the horse gone through the gate already. But you see how these politicians are. You tell her, me have gunman, And she said she have gunman too. You see what
that's what he said to her.
Right. So you have gunman and me have gunman too.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
All right.
people in the meeting and Donovan start a war and the meeting mash up. Donovan consistently deal with the Almontown division and isolate the Raytown division. No.
You hear how she describe it though? You should describe it. Just look at her choice of words. I know she cut to the chase. And she'll go into the analysis of her perception, rather, of what took place. But this woman is not an idiot. She's not an idiot.
Me and Donovan never have a problem with it. I never tell Donovan, say, I ready now. Donovan just come in and start for me. I've been to the Jamaica Labour Party on more than one occasion and tell Donovan to leave me alone. Because me know say it's Juliet Olness set Donovan for me. Because she come to me with argument. Her husband spoke to me about something. The leader of the party spoke to me about something. And I told him I am not supporting it.
Brave woman. And what happened? The Prime Minister come to her. Why? Because the Prime Minister's brethren is involved with her. So the Prime Minister come now and I tell, and that's the connection now, people. And I like so the Prime Minister just out of the blue just come and talk to her. This is the man who is the secretary for the Prime Minister's, not one, not two, 3 companies formed during COVID in 2020. And it was the same year that he became an MP. His first time becoming an MP. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And then also, Professor, there is no indication that the Prime Minister went to school with him. The Prime Minister socialized with him. The Prime Minister's did anything with him. So the question then is, how did this man become so entrenched in the Prime Minister's financial affairs?
What is the connection?
What is the connection? Come on, Rosie, talk up. Miss Hamilton, talk up the things.
Him sent Babsy to me, and I told Babsy the same thing. Babsy, I'm not supporting it. She come to me, I tell her, me and she's not like that. Don't dip into my business. And she vex. And it's she who got to Donovan, and start the problem, And I've been talking to the party about Donovan.
When I notice something though, all of the big wigs, they might come out and attack on behalf of Donovan, or Minister Williams, to Miss Hamilton. That come from somewhere. That is coming from somewhere. How did Minister Grange get involved in all of this? How did Prime Minister get involved in all of this? What was that?
She's not taking that up on her own. Nope.
Right.
And nothing. Imagine me, the America. Me leave because of Donovan and go America work. And
no, that part, this part, yeah. If I were advising her, I'd tell her, don't mention nothing about coming to America and work. And here's why, people. Here's why. And the only reason why I make a comment about it is because she's on this voice note. And it's not the first time it's been played on social media. It's probably the 100th time it's been played on social media. If she came to America on a B1, B2 visa, she's not supposed to work. It's a violation. And as a result of that, they'll cancel the visa and you're suspended from traveling to the United States for 5 years. You're not supposed to work. And if she has a green card, then she's supposed to be living in the United States and working. So then how is she a counselor living in Jamaica? And then because of MP Williams now, she moved to the States. She left and returned to the States, and then she's doing that. The question is, if she was getting paid as a counselor, did she declare that on her income to the IRS? Not a problem. Problem on top of problem on top of problem. Not my business. Her daughter filed for her. She migrated. Okay, good. But there's another problem though. If you're living in America, how is it possible that you can be a counselor and run the division? Michelle Charles, same thing. Michelle Charles, that's another problem. That's another 9-day one that nobody's looking at. But we are looking at it. We are looking at it. And we have a ton of information on her as well. So, no, Daniel Taylor, send it to me if you have it. Send it to me. So if I were Miss Hamilton, I wouldn't even mention that. But I mean, it is what it is.
Donovan called me last year, August, and tell me, Rosie, last year, July, Rosie, come down. You're going to make me lose the seat. I said, Donovan, you make me the America, you know. He said, all right, Rosie, things are going to change. This not going to happen and whatever. And I left America and used my credit card and buy 5 plane tickets. My 2 daughters, my 2 sister-in-law, and me come down. And I worked for Donovan and supported Donovan. And Donovan win the election. And when Donovan win, Donovan go up on the radio, go say, the Raytown division underperform. Because Donovan a try to tarnish me. That time Donovan and everybody plan up them thing. What them a go do? Now me come back America. Only for years that Donovan have people, have a boy in the seat. Take out the packages them out of Social Security and have it a give the boy to go around and meet the workers them.
Problem. Integrity Commission. MOCA. All of the pertinent authorities in Jamaica on the need to pay attention to this and take appropriate action. Please.
You see, Labour Party, them don't make me come on for Donovan and come on them, you know, because I know them it come from, you know, it's Delroy Williams, Donovan Williams, and Juliet Holness. Because me can't believe she named Prime Minister wife. And I pay attention to me.
True.
And anytime she tell me, she talk nothing to me, me answer her face because she's supposed to know me as a counselor, me as a labourite. She's not supposed to follow me up. And me want you know, me go come on for Donovan, you know, me go up on the party, you know. Me go up, you hear me? I tell them to leave me alone. You hear how me I want them to leave me alone?
I hear.
You see how much time I tell Donovan, you know, leave me alone? I have my disappointments with Labour Party. I have it. And me, I go the next time me open my mouth, me, I go tell Jamaica the disappointment when me have with the party and how everything go. And it go take a different level, you know. You hear me? I tell them to leave me alone. Them dep on social media. I tell nationwide, say me live a foreign. Me live a foreign 2 years now. And me come from foreign, and me go meeting, and me service my division, me do everything what me to do, include
How is that? I don't know if that's a violation, but it sounds to me like it could be a problem that you live in America, but you're a counselor for a division in Jamaica, and you come and you service it, and you go back and you come and you go back. I don't know how that works. We have to look into that. We have to look into that, Professor.
Win my division in a 2024 and come down, come help Donovan, because nobody never do and vote for Donovan. Donovan and a manners to people. Donovan, the people them hate him. Me have to go around but beg the people them back for vote for Donovan. On a ear or me I tell me know I spoke in a group with about 18 persons in the group. In the group we talk. Donovan is a member of the group. Donovan me I talk to. They took that. Donovan take out the voice note out there and leak the voice note. We have spoken worse things than them in the group. Everybody, the supervisor, them and them, talk up on Donovan about him attitude and him behavior. Several times, nothing has ever come out of the group. Nothing. And Donovan take the thing out of the group for cause a problem. You know much media also call me for my input and my...
We're not media house, Miss Hamilton, but we certainly would love to have a conversation with you because we think that you have the potential to become a patriot. What do I mean by that? You're Jamaican first. You're not a political stalwart, a JLP diehard. No, you're a Jamaican first. And if minister, not if, you said that he's doing a whole lot of unsavory and unethical and possibly illegal things, you need to talk to us so that we can get it to the right authorities and put a stranglehold on him. Prevent him from doing these things and hold him to account. So again, we're reaching out to you. The producer Joan, put up the number there, please, so that if Miss Hamilton is watching, or a family member, or a friend, or anybody who knows her, tell her call Rattigan. Tell her to call me. My phone good. My phone good. She not have to worry about nothing. And she they are foreign. And if you tell me what she they are foreign, we can meet her, wherever she want to meet her. And we can talk about these things because it is important for the people to know what is going on. And it's important. It's equally important for us to hold these politicians accountable for the wrongs that they're doing.
Side of the story, I never leaked a voice note to the group, to the public, you know. So I'm not responding to nobody because it's not me putting on out there. And me I want Labour Party. Me I want the mama for Labour Party. And me I want the Prime Minister. Tell Donovan to leave me alone. Donovan brother, we claim say him lock the city. Donovan brother. And several occasions I warn him about Donovan. And all him can tell me is, Rosie, me know say Donovan stays a long time. I think Donovan would have changed. When him talk to Donovan come back in the constituency, come say blood thicker than water, and them can always go complain to him, brother. Me I tell the party, you know, it's not that me not go through the channel already, you know, or no mash up the committee and the organization in the party, that nobody can get any form of justice in the party if them don't go through Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness. And it's one thing with me. Me deal with protocol. You hear me? I tell you no? Tell Donovan leave me alone. And uno come off of me too. Because me not going to social media yet. Go say nothing, you know. You hear me? I tell you no to tell Donovan to leave me alone.
You know, go on social media, Miss Hamilton. There's a number, Miss Hamilton. 757-655-33. What that? That number doesn't look right. 337. That not look right, man.
So what the last number?
Last digit,
There's a
yeah.
number missing.
Yeah, number missing
Producer.
off of, yeah. All right.
I don't have that number.
Okay, go
But
on.
here's where it gets even more serious. The PNP has now launched an investigation into the allegations. Yes, this has now crossed over.
Correction, PNP can't launch an investigation. This has to be launched by the pertinent authorities.
From internal conflict to a matter of national political concern. Because when allegations of corruption and internal targeting reach this level, it can't just be brushed aside.
Is a release from the People's National Party media unit.
The PNP patriotism, Ms. Rosalie Hamilton, public trust in our institution, accountability.
How deep does this go? Jamaica. This story not done yet. Investigate.
I could put up this last one. We have 9 minutes left.
Why you think me skeptic are you? Because me know it. Mongrel Donovan, me know your
long time
and where the Judas must stay. You don't know your Judas them. Donovan Williams. You don't know your Judas them. Because all the people them where you are talk to, them a talk to me. All of them where you are talk to, them a talk to me. And all the things that you have done in this constituency, Donovan, me know. Me know, worthless Donovan. Bitch Donovan. Worthless Donovan. Me know your file. Me know your file. You understand that? Worthless Donovan. Croft Donovan. Me know your file. Mongrel Donovan. Me know your file. Donovan when I come from nowhere. I demand them up a Tower Hill. Used to rob the yappies them and feed you and your family.
So when she said this now, I mean, no Tigwa listen to this, you know. When she said the yappies, them, you know, people, them are the people who live on the other side of the gully, because we live a water house, firehouse on the other side. Them live on the side, they live on the side. Yeah. And Tigwa listen, and Tigo no. Tigo can bear witness to this. Two of our friends, them, the yappies kill them. Ifa man and puppet. They mash up my house, and the man them on my side say, we are going to go over there, go kill off some people and mash up some house. And then go across the gully and start fling stone and start mash up the people in place. And the next thing you know, shot, rang out. I was supposed to be there, and my father turned the corner and see me and said, boy, where you go? And I said, daddy, they mash up the house, and I go join them, and them say, go back in the yard. And I go back in the yard and I look over the fence and watch. And the man them go up there and cross the gully and go over there and go on them things, and next thing some shot fire and 2 men lay down dead. Ifa man and puppet. We know about the yappies them. And the sad part about it, the yappies them are people who play football with, who go school with. But the political elites, the political class come in and create division between brothers and sisters, friends, family, create the division. And so we identify with political parties as opposed to exactly. So when she talk about the yappies, we know, Tigo, big up yourself. We know about them things, yeah.
I frighten. You never angle money so in your life. Yeah. And you see all of them vice note, fuck with me. And see if me not let them go in at the public. Leave me alone, Donovan. You hear me, I want you? Mongrel Donovan, leave me alone. I frighten you know. You forgot so when you come in at the constituency, you never have no money. A liquor Danny used to lend you money. And you make liquor Danny dead. You, cause the boy lend you money, and when you pay him back Christmas, you give the boy $50,000 for share for him and Fidel and Tavar. That's why Tavar and Fidel run away and eat you. And you make Danny liquor Danny run away and gone a foreign. So me know everything liquor Danny tell me before him go away. Say, I want this you. So him a go leave you alone, cause you was him liar. Listen, Donovan. Why you think me skeptic of you? Because I know your file. The man them what your brother carry from Towel come down here. Election when you were running at the 2020. As you win the night, the man them come back the morning, come tell me, say, I go sorry Donovan in the seat. Donovan feisty, Donovan thief, Donovan mean, and Donovan lie. Yeah. And every day the man them call me and say me they tell you, Rosie, so I go sorry, Donovan in the seat because Donovan are wicked. But let me tell you something. Me, I get you out here. And me carrying you, know. Me never know when you are coming here. Remember, them never tell me when you are coming here. You're coming by night. But me wait to the place where me born and grow to take you out. And me going to take you back out here. Me going to take you back out here because you must lose. If you stay till election, buy your ticket. Enrich yourself. Because of that you do. Enrich yourself. And the people them poorer. The people them poor like church laws in the constituency. Because all the money them were used to come in the seat, where contractors used to come in here and the man them used to get them 200 and them 300 and them this and them that. From you come in here, 2 and 3 people are work on a project and you alone I get the money from the contractor them.
You hear them allegations of people? You hear that? It's a lot of stuff to unpack which is hold on. Sorry. Phone thing right behind me. It's a lot of stuff to unpack with this lady is saying, no. I would have loved to have a sit down with this lady with my notepad. I would have loved for this because State Department need to know about this, you know. Although State Department might already know about it, but we need to apply some pressure. We only have a few minutes left. Maybe we'll play 2 more minutes of this and then we have to cut. But it's not done.
But me said, Donovan, leave me alone. Because your file are out in the public. And everything when me attack, me can prove it. Everything. Me say, Lawrence Rowe send me a text. If him can talk to me, he want to talk to me about something. If I didn't know Sir Lawrence Rowe number, I wouldn't even answer it. But it never have no name on it. When I call back the number and ask, who is this? Him say Lawrence Rowe. He want to ask me a question. Lawrence Rowe asks me, tell me, say Chris and Ramon, the list of the Raytown division, people them will forget the $20,000. Him gave Alia 100 paper forms for fill out. And Alia do all kind of things with the farm them and stupidness and him give them to Ramon and Chris and now the people them now gonna get the benefits because it late and the farm. When una do no things, una never tell me nothing, wanna bring. But guess what? Him, Lawrence Rowe, go on like him smart. Him a try to feel me out if me and Alia and Chris and Ramon in a dialogue. So him want to know if on a circle is trustworthy. Your circle, Donovan Williams, not trustworthy because you have Lawrence Rowe and they will walk and talk everything. Him a carry news to you and him a carry news to everybody else. So your circle will never private. Never. Because Donovan, me know every single thing where you do, how you do, when you do, where you do. You ask them where you have around you. If me did make them know nothing where me I do anytime at all. Them get duties for execute. Them never get duties. Them never be a part of no decision making. Because me know me did have a whole heap of boy, girl I deal with. So me know what to say to them and when not to say to them. Leave me alone, Donovan. You hear me, I want you? Leave me alone. Because me know you can't stay in a Central Kingston. You could have, me not even talk about Jesus. The devil on your back, you can't stay in here. And me Bill said, call me and tell me, Rosie, beware of them. Here. Them are undermine you.
I'm here.
So right, me know a long time, sir.
I'm not here. Here's what we are the people. We are going to stop it right there, so. People, listen. There's a lot more she say, you know. And I am going to find this lady. I am going to find this lady. I'm going to find this lady. We need to have a discussion. So here's what I'm now. We'll leave it right now. Tonight, by the way, right now I'm going to go join DJ Kevin Stew in a few seconds. And tonight, surprise, I have an artist. I won't tell her no. But I can tell you this much. That una won't sleep tonight. Una won't sleep tonight. Me not telling now who are the big artists we're going to play. But we're going to play 2 hours of this big artist. And believe me, I'm one brother. What do you think? And I know we won't be able to play up all of the music then because of that. So Make me just come in and play this tune, yeah.
Guide us now, yeah.
Don't forget, people, join Kevin's crew right now on Reggae Global Radio. And at 10 o'clock sharp, you join the Rebel.
You know, said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the order of the Trinity.